Chapter 22:19. The millions of white and silver threads were as sharp as swords. They dug deep into the black llama beast's flesh. The more they bound it, the tighter it became. The other dragon emperors hurriedly used their world-destroying mystiques while the eternal extermination design diagram was being used. But what happened next was just as Long Chen expected. This monster was born from Long Qinglan's body, and it had the shadow of Long Qinglan's power. The black llama beast's ability to inherit and use this power was terrifying. Even though Long Qinglan had already taken the Void Universe Dragon's blood essence out of his body, it was still able to use his Time God art. That's the Time Storm. Long Chen was shocked. It was the same time storm, but the opponent's range was almost 10,000 times that of Long Chen's. At least the space they could see with their naked eyes was basically covered by the time storm. Others could not see anything, but only Long Chen knew how terrifying it was outside. The entire realm of life was shaking violently, as if it was about to be torn apart. Fortunately, the realm of life would absorb power from everyone, which meant that everyone and the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon City of Life were resisting the power of the time storm. This was the real time storm. Even if it was the Blue Fire Emperor, if he went out now, he would probably be torn apart. There was no doubt about it. Even though it had only inherited part of Long Qinglan's power, the Black Llama Beast was already this strong. Rumble. The everlasting destruction matrix was instantly torn apart, and the Black Llama Beast regained its freedom. Then the 7 Dragon Emperors were instantly caught in the time storm. For a moment, there was a terrifying roar in the sky, and no one could see what was happening. Fortunately, it seemed that the 7 Dragon Emperors had not died in battle, and were all still fighting. Explosions continued to come from the sky, and more areas and space were destroyed in this battle. It was dozens of times the size of the Sea of Time, and there was no more seawater around. The Sea of Time that had existed for millions of years had completely disappeared. If not for the protection of the divine realm of life, the eternal Dragon City would not even exist. But in reality, everyone knew that they were not out of danger yet. Once the 7 Dragon Emperors were defeated, the Black Llama Beast could easily destroy the realm of the gods and destroy everything here. Perhaps this was what Long Qingyue had said about their ending. All of them died. Damn it! All 7 Dragon Emperors were injured by the power of the Age Storm. In the clouds in front of them, countless shadows of the great Void Universe Dragons were roaring at them. Once they used their mystiques, they would basically bring about a devastating blow to everyone. Let me! In Eternal Dragon City, in terms of attack power, the 2nd Dragon Emperor, Firmament Dragon Emperor, was more powerful. He was at the pinnacle of the ultimate divine dragon in the Star Dragon race. He was much stronger than the innate Bane Lone Star Dragon and the 3000 Star Soul Dragon. At this moment, he fell from the sky. In the starry sky, billions of stars were affected by him and then he fell. Billion Star Sword. The billions of stars fell and tore through the starry sky. They formed a starry sword behind him, giving off an incomparably resplendent light. It was as if the sun was descending. This move could easily pierce through the resplendent stars. Such an attack condensed the essence of the Sky Dome Dragon Emperor's lifetime of cultivation. As it shot down, it caused the sky to explode. When Firmament Dragon Emperor was attacking, the other Dragon Emperors were not idle. For example, the Dragon Emperor from the Devouring Dragon City. He turned into a huge black vortex. It was like a mouth with a dead world in it. There seemed to be countless vengeful spirits in it. That was the mouth of the primordial. The Dragon Emperor from the Dragon City of Fortune used a mystique called Calamity of All Life. It was like billions of lives had formed a destructive bolt of lightning. It gathered the will of billions of lives and fell from the sky. This was an attack that targeted the spirit. If the stars were attacked like this, although the planet would be fine, the people on it would die instantly. The Dragon Emperor from the Dragon City of Life was treating everyone's injuries. If it wasn't for him, everyone would have suffered more serious injuries. At the same time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night coordinated their attacks. Long Chen looked through the clouds and saw the huge sword formed by billions of stars shining like the sun. He saw the mouth of the primordial and calamity of all life. All of this power was directed at the Black Llama Beast. On the Black Llama Beast, countless Void Universe Dragons looked on with disdain. In that instant, all the attacks froze in the air. Time seemed to stop. The Billion Star Sword, the mouth of the primordial, and calamity of all life all stopped moving. This was Long Qinglan's mystique, eternal nirvana. This was the result of instant's eternal metamorphosis. He had the greatest control over time, the greatest stillness. Under eternal nirvana, everything seemed to stop. Such binding power was invincible. Next, Long Chen saw ripples of time spread out from the black Yama beast. They formed something like tree rings in the sky. It was very strange. The 7 dragon emperors were all surrounded by these tree rings. These were eternal rings. They were all terrifying mystiques that Long Qinglan had once possessed. Under the undulations of the eternal rings, all the attacks shattered and disappeared. The Dragon Emperor of Firmament and the others were seriously injured. At this time, the power of the eternal rings crashed into them. In that instant, there seemed to be countless explosions in their bodies. The faces of the 7 dragon emperors were pale. Under the attack of the eternal year rings, their bodies stiffened. The 7 dragons that were close to 100,000 meters long crashed down from the sky and smashed onto the ground, causing even more dust to rise. For a moment, everyone's vision was obscured. But it was undeniable that they had been defeated. Under the attack of the eternal rings, not only had they been defeated, but time had stopped for all of their bodies. Although they looked the same, they could not even blink. It was as if they had died, as if they had become stone or statues. The 7 mystical dragons surrounded the eternal dragon city and collapsed. After they hit the ground, there was no more movement. In the end, they could only watch in shock. They did not know if the black Yama beast was dead or not. Now, the people in Eternal Dragon City could finally see everything clearly. They saw that the 7 dragon emperors had been frozen in time by the eternal rings. Although they were still flesh and blood, they were no different from stone. In fact, if they were not rescued, they would be no different from death. And in the sky above him, the black Yama beast was still fine. It waved the countless void universe dragon bodies casually, as if it had done something insignificant. In that instant, the shadow of death descended. After a moment of shock, everyone began to scream in panic. In a moment, the entire Eternal Dragon City was in chaos. There were people crying everywhere. Everyone was scared out of their wits. They looked at the black Yama beast in the sky with despair, and then looked at the 7 dragon emperors who were on the verge of death. Death, extinction, and so on hung over their heads. There were still 8 dragon emperors left, but they could not come so quickly. Even if they did, they would not be able to deal with this monster. In that case they were dead meat. Given the frightening capabilities of this black Yama beast, this was practically a calamity that had not been seen in tens of millions of years. The entire Eternal Dragon City was shrouded in a thick layer of fear. Long Chen stood on the ground in a daze. His surroundings were filled with people who were frantically running and screaming. They wanted to hide, but the black Yama beast could easily make the entire Eternal Dragon City disappear. Hiding was completely useless. Therefore, many people were already kneeling on the ground, hugging each other in fear. Even some experts above the 6 paths of reincarnation realm had lost their composure. It's the end of the world. The end of the human race has arrived. We're all going to die. Not just us, but everyone in the world will die. No one can stop this monster. Who can save us? It's all Long Qinglan's fault. Even if he's not controlling the monsters now, at least they're using his power and his corpse. If it weren't for him, our human race wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying catastrophe. The world is shaking. The 7 dragon emperors were all killed by him. The 7 dragon emperors are not dead yet, but they cannot move. If the monster moves, they will die. There was no hope at all. Many people looked at the 7 giant divine dragons and wanted to cry but had no tears. Just then, the gigantic black Yama beast seemed to have heard the cries of the crowd. The tens of thousands of humanoid Long Qinglan on top of the meatball suddenly turned their gazes towards the Eternal Dragon City. Tens of thousands of eyes glowed with a murderous glint, causing many people to kneel on the ground in fear. It did not attack the 7 dragon emperors immediately. Instead, it extended 2 void cosmic dragon bodies and headed towards Eternal Dragon City. Seeing the 2 dragons approach, the hundreds of thousands of people wet their pants in fear, crying and wailing. It was a tragic scene. Long Chen stood in the center of Eternal Dragon City. How should he put it? Even now, his heart was filled with endless sorrow and anger, but he was not afraid. At this point, he was like a person without fear. Even the 7 dragon emperors had been defeated. What else could he do? He could not even protect the lives of these hundreds of thousands of people. This monster, this powerful and disgusting outsider, was full of mysteries, and was about to destroy the world. If he did not even know what the other party was after he died, how sad would that be? Long Chen could not help but smile bitterly. In the blink of an eye, amidst the cries of the people, the two dragons had torn the realm of life apart. Without the support of the Dragon Emperor from Dragon City of Life, the realm of life was useless. At this moment, the Black Llama Beast descended above everyone. Everyone knelt under the shadow of death, except for Long Chen. He had just finished his internship yesterday, and the interview was late. Today was still tiring. Chapter 22:20. Shadows. Every Long Qinglan on the black meatball looked down at the people below with absolute disdain, as if they weren't even living beings in their eyes. Beside the meatball were hundreds of illusory void universe dragons that were entangled around it. At that moment, the hundreds of void universe dragons landed one after another. The huge dragon heads gathered together, and those huge and numerous eyes stared at every living thing in Eternal Dragon City. Fear, suffocation, despair. These were like sharp knives that cut through everyone's body, leaving them riddled with scars and in extreme pain. They had no way to escape. Many people were shouting through the star talismans, but it was of no use. They could only transmit their fear to others. Something so terrifying had happened in Eternal Dragon City. The defeat of the 7 great dragon emperors had shaken the entire eternal celestial domain. Even all the living beings in the vicinity had been shaken. Ever since Long Qinglan's death, nothing as terrifying as this had happened in the eternal celestial domain. Countless screams of despair made all living beings tremble. Even the 4 great demon forefathers cities of the Demon Divine Realm and Ling Huang of the Spirit Divine Realm were no exception. For 1,000,000 years, only one person had ever defeated the 7 dragon emperors, and that was the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Not even Ling Huang had been able to do it, but today, there was one more. And it was a beast of unknown origin. The 7 dragon emperors were close to death, and time had stopped. In the sky, the heads of countless void cosmic dragons began to descend, and the power of time fluctuated violently. As the void cosmic dragons approached, everyone found that the flow of time on their bodies accelerated, and they aged even faster. Many of them were still some time away from the 1,000-year time limit, but under the influence of this, they underwent the tribulations in an instant, and some were even killed on the spot by the 18 tribulations. More and more void infinity dragons approached, and time passed faster and faster. We're done for. Dead, we're all going to die. But what the hell is this thing? Hundreds of thousands of people were in pain and confusion. They crawled helplessly on the ground, trembling. The Black Llama Beast in the sky was indifferent. The hundreds of void infinity dragons suddenly began to dance, causing the entire Eternal Dragon City to tremble. Everyone was in even greater despair, as if death was upon them. Hatred and sorrow filled Long Chen's heart. The 7 dragon emperors' desperate and powerless eyes, the hundreds of thousands of people's sorrowful wails, and the screams of the common people, but he was powerless to do anything. And in front of him was such a familiar void cosmic dragon. Why? He was unconvinced. He could not be defeated. He could not be defeated. His world, his bloodline, his pursuit, his beliefs. He could not be defeated, much less die in such an ignorant manner. All of this became the rage in his heart. He stared blankly at the approaching Black Llama Beast. Even he did not know what he was doing. This feeling was much more terrifying than when he had faced the City Lord of the Wronged. But at this moment, he actually soared into the air and headed towards the Black Llama Beast. Long Chen. Many people saw what he was doing and shouted his name. His ears were buzzing, but he didn't hear it. His body was still moving forward. In the process, he occasionally looked back and saw many people looking at him in surprise. They were the few who could still maintain their rationality. Basically, they were 8 trigrams reincarnation retribution realm warriors with demigod bodies. But even with demigod bodies, they could not escape. What do you want to do? Just wait for your death. Today, the Blue Fire Emperor was already living in deep remorse. In the face of the great calamity, he had already let go of his jealousy and hatred towards Long Qinglan. I can't die in a powerless state, Long Chen said softly. He did not want to awaken anything. That was his truest thought. Even if he were to die, he wanted to die in an attack, not in fear and despair. Therefore, when everyone was still struggling in the shadow of death, he stood in front of the Black Llama Beast with his tiny body, in front of everyone's incredulous and incomprehensible gazes. Compared to the Black Llama Beast, he was so small that he could not be noticed. But more and more people noticed him. They realized that this young man who was about to be judged was now not afraid of death. He moved forward bravely and stood proudly in the sky. What he was facing was the black llama beast that was about to touch his body. What is he going to do? Amidst the miserable despair, and with their surroundings completely destroyed, more and more people had this thought in their minds. Is he courting death? Clearly, he was courting death. But Long Chen was definitely not just that. At this moment, the black llama beast seemed to have noticed him. To the black llama beast, Long Chen was naturally a special person. The dragon heads that were about to reach for Eternal Dragon City suddenly stopped in front of Long Chen. What's going on? Is he in cahoots with this monster? Everyone could not help but feel angry. Although it had stopped, the black llama beast still looked at him warily. Hundreds of void infinity dragons were waving around Long Chen. The crowd held their breaths again. And at this moment, Long Chen seemed to know what he had to do. He had lost too badly. As the Eternal Dragon Emperor, he should not have lost so badly. Not only was he dead, but his corpse was being used by the other party to suppress and kill his own people. He could not accept it. He was not worth it. He was a great hero in Long Chen's heart that no one could compare to. He was a man of indomitable spirit. Even if he had died, he should not have ended up like this. Long Chen clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the black llama beast. Since it had shown him mercy, then Long Qinglan's will must still be in the body of the black llama beast. He wouldn't be annihilated so easily. He had even allowed Long Chen to be born even after his death. How could he have fallen to the point of being annihilated? Father. At this time, even though the terrifying void infinity dragons had surrounded him, he did not seem to hear them. His blood was boiling, and all his anger was focused on his voice. Are you willing to be controlled like this? Are you willing to be defeated like this? Are you willing to be controlled by the enemy and die a humiliating death? On the day Long Chen's life had truly begun to change, in the forest beside Baiyang Town, he had told Long Chen that if he wanted dignity, he had to be strong. You are so strong. How can you let others control you? Where is your dignity? He continued to roar, hoping to awaken Long Qinglan. Everyone thought that Long Qinglan had died a long time ago, but he firmly believed that he still had a will. It was just like Long Chen's fighting spirit. Even if he died, it wouldn't be extinguished. It would exist forever in this world. Of course, no one acknowledged Long Chen. They just thought that he was doing something in vain. But the fact that he had such courage made everyone deeply admire him. They also understood that Long Chen and the Black Llama Beast really had nothing to do with each other. In Long Chen's heart, this was a true pioneer, a true hero. He would not be defeated so easily. Just like himself. At that moment, he forgot himself and rushed towards the Black Llama Beast. It's over. The crowd gasped. Even the 7 Dragon Emperors did not dare to approach it, but Long Chen was doing this. If this was not suicide, what was? The Black Llama Beast that covered the sky let out a shrill threatening cry. It only needed to use a little bit of power to kill Long Chen. The dragon heads were already moving, as if the eternal year rings were about to be unleashed. Long Qinglan, Eternal Dragon Emperor. Have you forgotten your name? Long Chen couldn't help but cry. He wasn't afraid of death. He just felt that this hero's body shouldn't be desecrated. No one could do it, but as his son, he was actually powerless to help him. So at this time, he could only rely on himself. The Eternal Dragon Emperor. This was the highest honor of the entire human race. He ruled over the human race and the 5 great dragon cities. For millions of years, he was the first Eternal Dragon Emperor. He had lost, but how could his corpse be reduced to such a ghastly state? It was like a miracle. The Black Llama Beast suddenly screamed in pain. The tentacles of the Void Universe Dragon that were reaching out to Long Chen suddenly trembled as if they had been electrocuted. Its painful screams tore the eardrums of countless dragon warriors on the spot. Countless people cried out in pain, and Long Chen bore the brunt of it until his ears bled and he could no longer hear clearly. But that was nothing. He had already rushed to the side of the meatball. Before him were the countless Long Qinglan figures. They were so close to him. They were lifelike, but too fierce, completely different from him. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Long Chen stepped forward without another word. He stretched out his hands and held one of Long Qinglan's heads. He glared at him and roared, "Wake up! You can't lose! We can't lose, father!" His chest was filled with grievances and indignation. All these years, he had been fighting hard to follow his own path, to complete his father's long-cherished wish before his death. Now, he was very close to success. Even if we lose, we cannot lose so humiliatingly. Father, you are the eternal Dragon Emperor, the hero of history. These disgusting monsters have taken over your body. Will you let them kill your own kind? Are you willing? He almost screamed his lungs out. The hundreds of thousands of people below stared at him blankly. Would this work? It was impossible. Of course, Long Chen was not sure if it would work, but this was his only option. It was better than waiting for death. In fact, when he roared out all of this, he was disappointed. That's right, this was simply ridiculous. What was the point of roaring out like this? Those who should die would still die, and those who should be destroyed would still be destroyed. In the face of absolute power, who could resist? He loosened his arms helplessly. The black Yama beast's void cosmic dragon writhed violently again, as if struggling. It screamed shrilly. Chapter 22-21. Time seemed to stop at that moment. The man who had appeared in his dreams countless times, the man who had appeared before Long Chen countless times, appeared clearly before him again. He could not believe his eyes. But all of this was real. That feeling was not an illusion. He was too familiar with Long Qinglong. That gentle gaze, deep and natural, was completely different from the tens of thousands of him around him. He had appeared just like that without warning. Long Chen's mind went blank. He seemed to be able to see through everything in Long Chen's heart and knew everything that had happened. Every time he appeared, he would be able to see through everything. And this time, a gentle smile appeared on his face. He stretched out a hand and stroked Long Chen's head. He lightly laughed and said, "You've grown up." His smile was full of vicissitudes and traces of time. No matter how cold or cold-blooded Long Chen appeared in front of others, he seemed to have returned to the day he was buried in Baiyang Town. He listened quietly to everything this man said to him. That time, it had been extremely peaceful. This time, the world had been turned upside down. Almost all lives had been destroyed, and danger was everywhere. The black Yama beast seemed to be fighting with Long Qinglong, and had no intention of touching the people of Eternal Dragon City. Father. Long Chen was filled with excitement. Of course, he knew that his appearance would only last for a short moment. His body was already dead, and the black Yama beast was the one supporting him now. "Kill me." Long Qinglong interrupted him and said softly, "Use the dragon-enslaved bow, dragon-enslaved arrow, and the power I left behind." Clearly, the last traces of his bloodline and power in his body could not compare to the black Yama beast. It was a miracle that he could even speak to Long Chen. After saying that, he reached out and pushed. The vast power pushed Long Chen down, passing through the bodies of countless void universe dragons until he returned to the ground of Eternal Dragon City, where he was surrounded by all the warriors. When he looked up again, the meatball rolled, and the human figures on it changed. All of them were fierce human figures. The real Long Chen had disappeared. Perhaps all of this was just an illusion on Long Chen's part. Perhaps he had never appeared. Father. Long Chen stared blankly at the sky. He had already disappeared without a trace. The black Yama beast had also stopped its painful howls and regained full control of its body. Long Chen knew that everything he said to him was true. Kill him, dragon enslavement bow. That was his desire and resistance. Just like how he felt when he heard his own cry, the last trace of bloodline in his corpse awakened. That was his pride and hard work. Just like him, he had been fighting. However, because he had died long ago, there was very little he could do to resist. Therefore, he could only rely on Long Chen to help him kill him and make everything go away. Long Qinglong disappeared. However, the black Yama beast reverted to its original form. It looked down on the heavens and earth. It extended countless void universe dragons and charged towards Eternal Dragon City again. This time, there was no hesitation. It was very fast. Clearly, it wanted to destroy the entire Eternal Dragon City as soon as possible. Then it would slaughter the rest of the people. Once again, everyone was enveloped by death. They had long been scared out of their wits. Now, they were numb to it as they watched death descend upon them. What shocked everyone was that Long Chen had actually shot up into the sky once again, charging towards the black Yama beast without any hesitation. He did not represent himself. He carried Long Qinglan's last bit of faith and strength, his last bit of anger and roar. He stood proudly in the sky. Although he was insignificant compared to the Black Llama beast, he did not retreat in fear. He was like a miracle. He did not fear death again and again. In fact, many people could not understand him. He was about to die. Why fight pointlessly? They would never be able to understand Long Chen, because fighting was his life. One could die, but not without dignity, pride, and faith. Long Chen was not fighting alone. When Long Qinglan pushed him, there was an almost imperceptible and terrifying power that entered his body. At this moment, he was not just himself. He was also a part of Long Qinglan. They were fighting together. Father, it was as if he was standing behind him, looking at him with those warm, deep eyes. Long Chen took a deep breath and wiped the tears of anger from the corner of his eyes. This was not because he was timid, but because he was furious. Dragon Enslaved Bow. The 700 Dao pattern Dao treasure appeared in his left hand. A golden enslaved dragon coiled around it. The dragon enslaved arrow appeared once again. It was the other enslaved dragon. The two enslaved dragons fused together. As the Black Llama beast descended, Long Chen knocked the dragon enslaved arrow into the dragon enslaved bow, allowing them to fuse as one. He could not help but pour all his strength into the bow until he was panting and about to die from exhaustion. But he still could not draw the dragon-enslaved bow. The two Dao treasures were too demanding of him. He could not do it now. What is he doing? He first relied on these two Dao tools with 700 Dao patterns to fight with this monster. Even the Dragon Emperor was unable to defeat him. So what can he do? Everyone could not help but cry. In their eyes, Long Chen was like a laughable ant. He was trying to use his thin, almost invisible arm to fight against the elephant's leg. Such resistance was weak and powerless. It was just a joke. He might as well just stand there and wait for death. Everyone in the world was going to die anyway. It did not matter if they died together. Long Chen did not need their understanding. His life was a struggle towards glory and glory. Those who did not understand would never understand. His arm was almost broken. His fingers holding the bowstring were almost broken. Fresh blood flowed continuously. His entire body was covered in bulging veins. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. The spiritual cultivation fire was already burning to its limit. He had even poured all the power of the God Nation into his arm. Under his desperate pull, the dragon-enslaved bow was finally drawn, becoming rounder and rounder. He could actually control these two Dao treasures with a total of 1,400 Dao patterns. The two enslaved dragons almost fused into one, becoming a complete golden enslaved dragon. Of course, this alone could not kill the Black Llama beast. It could not even hurt it. Just as everyone was waiting for death, just as the Black Llama beast was about to descend on them, that mysterious power transformed into a transparent dragon. It quietly flowed from Long Chen's arm to the dragon-enslaved arrow. No one saw it. Only Long Chen knew that these two Dao treasures were no longer the same. They had undergone a terrifying transformation under Long Qinglan's power. They were no longer Dao treasures, but Long Qinglan himself. At the moment he desperately pulled the dragon-enslaved bow, Long Chen felt as though the man behind him had already approached him. He had replaced him, holding the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow. Long Chen was like a bystander, watching as the man calmly held his weapon, his eyes quietly watching the Black Llama beast descend. His eyes were so peaceful, as if the arrow was not pointing at the corpse he had left behind. As Long Chen gripped the dragon-imprisoning bow and dragon-imprisoning arrow once more, it was as if he could see his younger self. Proud, powerful, knowledgeable, and invincible. He was a miracle born in the dragon god domain. If not for him, even Long Chen would not have appeared in this world. The battle has just begun. Do you really think I have lost? Suddenly, he turned his head and smiled proudly at Long Chen. Just like when he was young, disdainful, confident, and unrivaled. It had just begun. Long Chen thought it was over, but he said it had just begun. He had lost so much that he did not even have his life, but he said, "Do you really think I have lost?" He was proud, mysterious, and always a mystery. But he had always worked hard to build himself up. The wind blew, and the people were shaken. Hundreds of thousands of martial practitioners knelt on the ground, bowing their heads as they awaited the judgment of death. Only Long Chen trembled as he watched Long Qinglan look at the sky again. His lips were still curled into a smile, right up until the moment he released the dragon-enslaved arrow. Ding! With a crisp sound, the dragon-enslaved arrow disappeared into the sky. In that moment, Long Chen felt intense pain all over his body. Only then did he realize that he was still holding the dragon-enslaved bow. The moment he released the dragon-enslaved arrow, he was covered in blood. His body had almost been torn apart by the tremendous force. Even his face was a bloody mess, and the fingers that had gripped the bowstring had exploded into a bloody mist. I shot it. Long Chen stared blankly at the dragon-enslaved bow in his hand. He raised his head in shock and looked at the shadow in the sky. The dragon-enslaved arrow and Long Qinglan were nowhere to be seen. Time seemed to have stopped. Even the gigantic black llama beast in the sky was motionless. 3 breaths later, everyone looked up in shock. They saw Long Chen holding the dragon-enslaved bow, covered in blood, and the motionless black llama beast. Why isn't he killing us? They could not help but think that waiting for death was too painful. If that was the case, they would rather die a little faster. But after another 10 breaths, there was still no movement. What's going on? They stood up. At that moment, they saw the hundreds of Void Universe dragons dissipate with a bang. They turned into pieces and completely disappeared from the world. They saw the black ball of flesh ignite with an invisible flame. It was an unimaginable fire, and the tens of thousands of Long Qinglans burned with an earth-shattering blaze. Then they disappeared into the flames. All of the disasters were burned away in a very short time. The invisible flames swept through the sky. Other than that, everything was quiet. In the end, the flames began to shrink, and finally coalesced into a man in the sky. That man looked exactly like the tens of thousands of people on the ball of flesh, but also different. Chapter 22:22. That was the Eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Qinglan. It looked like the real him, just as he had been at his peak. Quiet, humble, with a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze, but also filled with awe. And now, he was maintaining this smile, but his body was gradually disappearing from the world along with those invisible flames. Everyone could only watch him disappear. The current scene had shaken the image of Eternal Dragon City in the hearts of those who had hated him for many years. Perhaps everything was not as bad as they had imagined. Fight. Finally he said those 2 words, and then turned to ashes, disappearing from everyone's eyes forever. The messy sky became empty. Whether it was the huge and ferocious black llama beast, or the Eternal Dragon Emperor, they were all gone. Only the people were left standing in the ruined Eternal Dragon City, unable to recover for a long time. Long Chen was the same. But this time, what he felt was far more than the others. At least in their eyes, he was the one who had miraculously killed the black llama beast. Even the 7 dragon emperors had been defeated by the black llama beast, and yet Long Chen had accomplished such a miracle. It was unbelievable. When everything disappeared, they looked at Long Chen in shock. Looking at this brave and fearless youth, their hearts were filled with endless shock. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. This could even be considered a miracle. After a long time, they were still staring at Long Chen in a daze. Their hearts were already in turmoil. When the 7 dragon emperors recovered from the attack of the Eternal Year Ring, the black llama beast died, and the power of the Eternal Year Ring dissipated. But even in the process of being sealed, they saw everything with their own eyes. They saw Long Chen fight back like a fool, shouted, saw him miraculously kill the black llama beast, and saw the Eternal Dragon Emperor appear and say those 2 words. Fight. The 7 dragon emperors took human form and came to the sky above Eternal Dragon City. They slowly descended beside Long Chen. They did not say a word, as if waiting for Long Chen's explanation. There was definitely something they wanted in there. The 7 dragon emperors must have known that Long Chen could not have done it by himself. The dragon emperor's eyes were already wet with tears. She trembled and asked, Long Chen, is it him? This was the answer the other 6 dragon emperors wanted. Long Chen took a deep breath and nodded under the expectant gazes of the crowd. That's right. Of course I couldn't have killed him with just my strength alone. What you saw was me. In reality, he was the one who did it. My father, the Eternal Dragon Emperor you all speak of. This was the perfect explanation, and it was the only possible answer. After hearing this news, everyone seemed to heave a sigh of relief. After that, they looked at each other in dismay, and so did the 7 dragon emperors. Their expressions were very complicated. Back then, they had personally judged Long Qinglan and pinned a crime on him. But now, such an unfathomable thing had happened. It was as though a shadow was shrouding the entire sacrificial dragon continent. Although he was already dead, he still appeared in the end and saved everyone once. As for the spectators below, they were even more shaken. Today was supposed to be Long Chen's trial, but then the real monster became Long Qingyue. In the end, Long Qinglan turned into the most terrifying monster, but in the end, he killed himself. In other words, Long Qinglan was also possessed by a monster. In that case, his crazy behavior back then might not have been him controlling his own body. Or it was all a trick. After connecting all these things, they could not understand at all. Long Chen looked at the people below and the 7 dragon emperors. He said loudly, "Everyone, I have said that the truth back then was not what you imagined. Today, the appearance of the Black Llama beast has confirmed my thoughts. My father is innocent, and he is someone who worked hard to protect the world. It is just that you all tried to defame him behind his back. You are all short-sighted. Perhaps one day, you will know the truth without my explanation. Perhaps if I say anything else, you will not believe me. But remember, the one who saved your lives today was not me, but the eternal dragon emperor you all spurned." He was also angry. He understood these people. It was impossible for them to unconditionally abandon some of their trust in Long Qinglan. So he only said this much. But the battle was far from over. Long Qinglan's corpse was gone, but the culprit, the Black Llama Emperor, had escaped. Everything was in chaos, and the entire eternal sacred realm was paying attention to what had happened. Quite a few people had already spread word of what had happened, and everyone in the eternal life god domain was shocked. At the same time, they were curious about where these so-called Black Llama beasts had come from, and how they were connected to Long Qinglan. "Bluefire, tidy up this place," the Eternal Dragon Emperor ordered. Eternal Dragon City had suffered too great a loss today. It had been reduced to rubble, and needed to be rebuilt. The Sea of Time was gone, but time was precious here. As long as water was refilled, the Sea of Time would form again. To the 7 Dragon Emperors, the most important thing was a secret meeting. The 7 Dragon Emperors and Long Chen had a secret meeting. They returned to the unending palace. Long Chen stood in the middle. At first, it wasn't them who asked questions, but Long Chen asked the Dragon Emperor from the Devouring Dragon City, "Senior, what's going on with the Black Llama Emperor? Can we still find him?" The Dragon Emperor from the Devouring Dragon City had a dark expression on his face. "We can't find him." "I don't understand either. I watched him grow up, and never would I have imagined that he would be related to this. He might even be the culprit. He definitely has a lot of secrets. If we find him, we'll be able to learn a lot. He was the one who instigated all our plans against you. But don't worry, we've already given the order to search the entire Dragon God domain for him. So that's how it is." Long Chen nodded. "But if he doesn't want to show up, it'll be harder than scaling the heavens to find him. I don't think he'll show up so easily." The 7 Dragon Emperors were thinking the same thing. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had to ask Long Chen. "Long Chen, what do you know about the Black Llama beasts and the Sky-Swallowing clan?" This old man had been clamoring about how he was a monster and how he couldn't forgive Long Qinglan. After this incident, he could finally shut his mouth. It wasn't easy to make an old man like him swallow his pride. Presumably, he would be able to figure out what kind of person Long Qinglan was in the future. Long Chen laughed coldly. "Do I need to tell you the truth?" The 7 Dragon Emperors nodded. "Hurry up and tell us." Long Chen said, "Do you know about the dragon-devouring beast?" They nodded. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said, "It's rumored that during the era of the dragon gods, they ate young dragons. I heard that the dragon gods went extinct." "Extinct?" "I've seen a total of 3 of them. One was in the dragon sacrificial continent, and it still exists. One was in the war god's tomb in the battlefield of gods, and I killed it. The last one was in the Massacre Dragon City's Massacre Dragon Tomb, and I also killed it. Battlefield of the Gods and Massacre Dragon City." The 7 Dragon Emperors looked at each other. Among them, the Violent Blood Dragon Emperor asked, "It's that place. Your father once placed a seal there. We have an agreement with him not to destroy the seal there. Who would have thought that there would be a dragon-swallowing beast there? But what does the dragon-swallowing beast have to do with the black llama beast you mentioned? The others listened curiously. Longchen said, I once saw many mystical creatures in the battlefield of the gods' martial god tombs wall carvings, such as a meatball with octopus tentacles, a dragon-devouring beast, and many more. I think they all belong to the same type of creature, which is the sky-devouring race I mentioned. Impossible. The Dragon Emperor of the Dragon City of Life said, at least in the tens of millions of years of recorded history, there has never been a rumor about these creatures. I also know about the battlefield of the gods' wall carvings, but they have existed for tens of millions of years. I've never seen the creatures on the wall carvings. Didn't you see it today? Longchen asked. The Dragon Emperor paused and closed his mouth. Longchen continued, I'm not sure either. I only know that it's like a conspiracy that has finally begun. What happened today may just be the beginning. Maybe in the following time, we'll see more and more monsters emerging from everywhere. Although it's just a guess, it's very likely to become a reality. They haven't appeared for tens of millions of years, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. If there are only a few of them, it's fine. But if there are many of them, and most of them have the strength of my father, then who can stop the destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent? If there really are so many of them, I don't think it'll take 100 years. This coincided with the last time he heard about the destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent within 100 years. Longchen imagined that it should be like this. Otherwise, why would Long Qinglan remind everyone to fight? After listening to him, the 7 dragon emperors were all silent. For a long time, they were all thinking and didn't communicate. In the end, it was the Eternal Dragon Emperor who said, although it's a little nonsense, we still need to take precautions. Today's Eternal Dragon City is the best lesson. The key is still to find the Black Hell Emperor. If they could find him, there would definitely be a time when this mystery would surface. Longchen suddenly thought of something and asked the Violent Blood Dragon Emperor, do you know the origin of the Heaven Blood Hell? Chapter 22-23. When Longchen first saw the wall carvings, he only had a cursory glance, so he had no impression of Sky Blood Hell. But that did not mean that Sky Blood Hell had nothing to do with the Sky Swallowing clan. Longchen had entered Sky Blood Hell before. The familiar feeling was like meeting the Black Llama Beast and the Dragon Swallowing Beast. It was very likely that Sky Blood Hell was a member of the Sky Swallowing clan. He said, I've been to the Heaven Blood Hell before. It feels like the Heaven Blood Hell is similar to the Black Llama Beast. It might even be a member of the Sky Swallowing clan that I mentioned. You should go back and take a look. Hearing this, Brutal Dragon Emperor immediately became alert. I thought it was strange too. That thing did not look like a living creature, so I did not think of it as one. But now that you mention it, it does seem similar to the Black Llama Beast. He quickly used the Star Talisman to contact the 2 Dragon Emperor of Kill and the Dragon Emperor of Royal Blood, who had been on their way back to Massacre City. The reply he got was that all of Sky Blood Hell had disappeared. At this moment, everyone felt even more strongly that there was a conspiracy. For a moment, there was dead silence. Brutal Dragon Emperor's eyes were dark. He told the other 2 to search carefully, and then he closed the Star Talisman. No matter how stubborn the Eternal Dragon Emperor was, no matter how much he refused to believe Wu Yu, he had no choice but to say, if that's the case, then what Longchen said is basically true. However, I'm most curious about one thing. How did you know about the Sky-Devouring Tribe and Dark Llama Beast? All the Dragon Emperors had the same question. They felt that Longchen should know more, but he was hiding it from them. Of course, Longchen could not tell them about what had happened in the Battle God tomb. It involved the mysterious Dragon Jade, so he could not explain it clearly. So he thought for a bit and said sincerely, maybe you will not believe me, but this is what my father told me. Also, don't ask me about his life or death. I do not know whether he is alive or dead. What happened in the Galaxy of Chaos, his strange appearance and disappearance, I do not know either. This made it seem much more real. Long Qinglan said so. The 7 Dragon Emperors fell silent, their hearts extremely conflicted. Originally, in their hearts, Long Qinglan had brought the demons of the Devil Star to the Dragon God domain and caused a great calamity. He had also wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods and kill many of his own race's martial practitioners. These crimes had caused the entire human race to hate him. But now so many bizarre things had happened. Especially when the person who had actually killed the black llama beasts today was actually Long Qinglan himself, they were even more conflicted. In the end, the Eternal Dragon Emperor still snorted coldly and said, deliberately mystifying things. Maybe all of this is his own doing. Now, no one knows whether he is dead or alive. What else do you think he is going to do? No one answered him. During the battle in the battlefield of the gods, basically all 15 dragon emperors were extremely disappointed in him. They were heartbroken. That time, the demons of the Devil Star had wreaked havoc and caused countless deaths. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said, I think things are not as simple as we think. Everyone here is the Dragon Emperor of the 5 great dragon cities, the protectors of the human race. Let's not think too much about the past and focus on the future. The most important thing now is to find the Black Llama Emperor. It would be best if we could also find the Heaven Blood Hell of Massacre Dragon City. Everyone nodded. The resentment in their hearts towards Long Qinglan would not disappear so quickly. In that case, even if he saved all of you today, you still cannot trust him. Long Chen was a little angry. He had originally thought that this group of old fellows would be able to think things through. It was just that he did not expect them to still be brooding over what happened in the past. Long Chen, don't be angry. After all, we personally experienced what happened in the past, and you had not yet come to this world. At that time he did many inexplicable things. No matter how we tried to dissuade him, he did not listen to a single word. Later on, it led to a great disaster, a disaster to the common people, and a stink for thousands of years. It was not our doing, the violent Blood Dragon Emperor said. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said in a low voice, what can today's incident prove? We still have not figured out whether what you said is true or not. I know you want us to forgive him, and for the whole human race to forgive him. That is very simple. You just need to show us the evidence. Why did he destroy the battlefield of the gods? Why did he release the demons of the Devil Star? So that was it. Such a simple matter, but Long Chen thought it was complicated. It was nothing more than proof. He also wanted an answer. Now that a storm was brewing, his strength had also improved greatly. Although Ling Shi had yet to arrive, to him, the greatest calamity had already passed. He couldn't wait any longer. In reality, he didn't have much time left. At this time, the 7 dragon emperors were discussing their next arrangements. Long Qinglan's corpse is gone, and there is no need to guard it now. The 5 great dragon cities will jointly order the search for the Black Hell Emperor. Out of the 15 of us, 10 of us will be sent to search for him. At the same time, the 72 ancient cities of God will strengthen their defenses. I will go back first to see if there are any clues left in that celestial blood hell, the violent Blood Dragon Emperor said. Everyone, keep in touch. If you find anything, inform the others as soon as possible. This group of people had only appeared a few times since becoming the Dragon Emperor. If it was not something major, they would not gather together to discuss nervously. After the discussion, the Dragon Emperors were prepared to return as soon as possible to control the Dragon God Realm with the 5 great dragon cities. Do we need to leak news of this Black Llama beast to Ling Huang, the Great Demon Lord, the Sea Race, and the Witch Race? There is no hurry. If it was really as Long Chen said, that there would be a great disaster, then it would definitely affect the other Spirit Race and Demon Race. However, they were not sure yet, so they did not want to make a fool of themselves. As for the appearance and disappearance of the Black Llama beast in the Eternal Dragon City, let them guess. At this time, Long Chen stood up and prepared to leave. Where are you going? The Eternal Dragon Emperor asked in a low voice, raising his eyebrows. Long Chen turned around and said, it's very simple. Go find the evidence you want. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was silent for a moment, then laughed coldly. It has been so many years. His reputation has long been tarnished. You still want to save it? What meaning is there in this? Long Chen looked at the old man and said resolutely, there is, because this is his last wish, his desire. You do not understand him at all. How can you be his adoptive father? At this point he laughed coldly. This Eternal Dragon Emperor was really not a good person. No wonder Long Qinglan did not like him. Last wish. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was stunned. He seemed to have never thought that Long Qinglan would be so important to his reputation, to the world's view of him. At this time, Long Chen had already walked out. That proud and arrogant figure was exactly the same as Long Qinglan, not even bothering to explain anything to him. This guy, Does he really want others to understand him? The Eternal Dragon Emperor shook his head. At the side, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's eyes were like the night sky, glistening with tears. She looked at Long Chen's figure as he left and murmured, "I think he is right. You really do not understand him at all." "I understand him. He wants to destroy the tombs of the human ancestors. He has killed so many of his own people. How can I understand him?" The Eternal Dragon Emperor suddenly roared. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor rolled her eyes and said, "You deal with the Black Hell Emperor. I think he is going to the battlefield of the gods. I will follow him secretly and protect his safety. I think the Black Hell Emperor will definitely want to find him. He is now our bait." Hearing this, the other Dragon Emperors nodded and said, "Eternal Night is right. This method can work, but we must follow him secretly. We cannot appear until the critical moment, or we will alert the enemy. We will come to get other information." It seems like the 5 great dragon cities have not worked together for a long time. Because of this, they sighed again and again. "We have been to the battlefield of the gods countless times and seen the wall carvings countless times. What secrets can there be? It is just some tombs. Can the father and son see things that we cannot?" The violent Blood Dragon Emperor asked in confusion. The Eternal Dragon Emperor waved his hand and said, "Don't try to excuse that guy. A mistake is a mistake, a big one. He should be despised by history and the people. This is understandable. I hope his son can make it up for him." As for the Black Llama Beast, Long Qinglan was so terrifying when he was at his peak. Today, the Black Llama Beast borrowed his power to attack us. The Black Llama Beast that entered his body probably snuck into Weiyang Palace after his death. The others did not believe that the Black Llama Beast could enter Long Qinglan's body when he was at his peak. Even Long Chen could pull the Black Llama Beast out. Therefore those mistakes were of course committed by him. That was the regret in everyone's hearts. Those who had personally fought with him back then understood that Long Qinglan was just stubborn at that time. No matter how the others advised him, he wouldn't listen, which led to the tragedy later. The other Dragon Emperors began to return. Dragon Emperor Eternal Night turned into a ripple in the night, following Long Chen from afar. This was to lure out the Black Llama Emperor and protect Long Chen. Long Chen did not know about this. Now, the events in Eternal Dragon City had spread all over the world. The entire Eternal Dragon City was in the midst of reconstruction, and everyone was filled with doubts. Of course, in their hearts, Long Chen's image had once again returned to its original state of being respected. In fact, it had even climbed to the peak. After all, he had saved everyone this time. On the way out of Eternal Dragon City, Long Chen could finally contact Lingxi with peace of mind. She still did not know what had happened here. She was happily on planet Celestial Dragon, counting the days until she could see Long Chen again. Long Chen was also very excited after finally coming back to life. They talked for a long time. The new experience made him understand how important his life was. Until he reluctantly broke the star talisman. Chapter 22-24. There were only 2 important things that happened to Long Qinglan in the later stages of his life. The first was that no one could understand, turning from admiration to astonishment and disappointment. The second was that it destroyed everyone's confidence in him. The second was the incident at the battlefield of the gods. Long Chen had been to the battlefield of the gods and knew how mysterious it was. One was the wall carvings of the sky-swallowing clan, and the other was the battle of the gods, or rather the game of the gods. It was in that game that Long Chen had obtained 3 treasures that were still of great use to this day. At least the blessed spiritual liquid had saved Li Xuanji's life. Outside Eternal Dragon City, dozens of Sea of Time had been destroyed and turned into emptiness. Below was a bottomless abyss. Long Chen flew through the abyss. This time, he had to find out what was going on in the battlefield of the gods. He had to get evidence to prove everything. Not far from Eternal Dragon City, he heard a familiar call in his heart. It was Li Xuanji's gentle and beautiful voice. After becoming her own demon, the two seemed to have merged into one. It felt like she was very close. "Where are you?" Long Chen asked. "Outside the Sea of Time, at the edge of the destroyed area." Her peaceful voice sounded in his heart. It was similar to Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's, but compared to Dragon Emperor, she was more dark and quiet, like the deep night. "Why are you here?" Long Chen thought she was still in Dark God City. After all, He had told her before the incident that he would definitely be fine. It seemed like she was still worried about him. Nothing else. I completed my mission in Dark God City, so I came to take a look. I just happened to know that you were out of danger. Li Xuanji said softly. Long Chen guessed that she must have heard about what had happened to him and rushed over. However, before she could reach the Sea of Time, the largest black llama beast appeared and destroyed everything around it, making it impossible for her to get close. Eventually, when she learned that Long Chen was out of danger, she stopped. It was obvious that she was still worried about him. Long Chen hurriedly headed in the direction she had pointed out. After a few minutes, he saw a tall woman standing on a small hill in the wilderness. She was wearing a long black dress and had a purple veil draped over her shoulders. Her snow-white skin was especially alluring against the black dress. Her graceful body seemed to be dancing in the wind, and her curves were even more perfect. Under the gentle breeze, her black hair swayed slightly. Her deep black eyes and bright red lips all showed her temperament that was as dark as the night. She was quiet but full of charm, causing people to be immersed in her beauty and cold temperament if they were not careful. Of course, she wasn't putting on an act. Everything was her natural temperament. However, when she saw Long Chen, the cold aura around her that prevented strangers from approaching her disappeared. Like an old friend, she smiled as she watched Long Chen approach and said softly, "Congratulations, you've once again come back from the brink of death. When I was young, I heard people say that this is like having a new life." Long Chen stood by her side. Countless scenes from when they first met flashed through his mind. He suddenly remembered what she had said before. She had completed her mission in Dark God City. Before this, she had also said that she was waiting for something in Dark God City. "Have you obtained the thing you wanted?" Long Chen asked. "Yes. It said that it's something that can help me become a god. Of course, I still can't see what use it has." Li Xuanji said expectantly. That was enough. She could have a beautiful and stable future. To Long Chen, that was the most reassuring thing. Now that he had many things to do, he didn't have time to care about her. Luckily, she had her own fortuitous encounters. "Where are you going now?" Li Xuanji's beautiful eyes stared at Long Chen. Long Chen told her about his original decision. She came here because she was worried about him. Now that she was about to start a new adventure, she didn't hesitate and asked directly, "I've been to the battlefield of the gods once. It's a really dangerous place. Although I can't compare to you, I can help you. Why don't I accompany you in?" If she turned into a Een demon and joined Long Chen's body, she could help Long Chen improve a lot. Especially after she improved faster and faster. Of course, Long Chen didn't want her to take the risk with him. But he knew Li Xuanji's personality. Since she suggested it, it would be tough to stop her. Moreover, what she said made sense. She could increase Long Chen's combat strength and help Long Chen a lot. "Okay, then let's go together." He nodded his head and said. After getting his permission, Li Xuanji smiled knowingly. She rarely smiled, but once she did, it was as if all the light in the world was attracted to her face, and it bloomed with a charming radiance. Although she didn't say anything, she was obviously very happy to get Long Chen's permission. "Let's go." It was good to have one more companion. He would have more strength and more confidence. This trip was really important for Long Chen. To be able to complete his father's wish and help improve his name, it all depended on his performance. Eternal Dragon City was in the south, and Long Chen wanted to go to the central area. He had followed the team from Battle God Ancient City to the ancient land of God Wilderness, and it took him a long time to get there. Only 2 or 3 years had passed, and Long Chen had completely transformed. He had charged to the top from the bottom, and now he was invincible under the experts with the demigod body. In other words, in the entire 72 ancient city of God's descendants, besides City Lord Di Jun, no one was his match. The famous Di Yu was a joke compared to the current Long Chen. This was because Long Chen was close to the strongest expert in Di Jun Divine City in just 2 or 3 years. Even if Di Yu didn't die, he might not be able to beat Li Xuanji now. Along the way, this desolate ancient continent was full of wild beasts, and forces of all sizes were everywhere. For example, small sects like the Wind Dragon Stream, which had a one-origin reincarnation tribulation realm warrior, and large sects that could go against Battle God Ancient City. But no matter how large they were all a joke to the current Long Chen. After a few days of traveling at high speed, Long Chen finally reached the central area. Further ahead was the ancient land of God Wilderness, where he had experienced danger before. The battlefield of the gods is surrounded by the deity sea. The deity sea is in a state of rebellion all year round, and there is only 1 year of peace in 1,000 years. Now that it's in a state of rebellion, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to go in safely. The two stopped in the central core area of the dragon god domain. Then what should we do? This was indeed a troublesome problem. Long Chen smiled and said, however, I've already asked. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor told me that the Di-Jun Divine Arc of the Di-Jun Divine City can allow me to control it and charge into the battlefield of the gods. The divine boats of the other divine cities are slightly inferior, so I have to first go to the Di-Jun Divine City and borrow their Di-Jun Divine Arc from the Di-Jun City Lord. Long Chen and the Di-Jun Divine City could be considered old enemies. From killing Di-Yu at the beginning, to the demon slaughter meet, every time they clashed, it seemed like Long Chen had the upper hand. The Di-Jun Divine City was inherited from the ancient number 1 god, Di-Jun. They were extremely arrogant, and the 5 great dragon cities were secluded from the world. They were practically the rulers of the world. Are they willing? Li Xuanji couldn't help but doubt. After all, the conflict between Long Chen and them seemed to be a little big. Long Chen shook his head and said, of course they are not willing. So, this is also a challenge. No matter what, we have to get the Di-Jun Divine Arkansas. If we really can't do it, we'll just snatch it. The enormous Di-Jun Divine City was once a terrifying colossus in Long Chen's eyes, causing Long Chen to tremble with fear. But now, Long Chen no longer feared the Di-Jun Divine City. Thinking back, a mere martial god ancient city Su Zhan could force Long Chen into a corner. The two of them found out the location of the Di-Jun Divine City and flew in that direction. The Di-Jun Divine City was built on the highest peak of the dragon god domain, Mount Di-Jun. The entire Mount Di-Jun was the territory of the Di-Jun Divine City. It was said that the entire Di-Jun Divine City was arranged according to one's status and strength. The higher one's strength and status, the higher one's residence on Mount Di-Jun, the densest heaven and earth energy. As for the martial artists from the outer city, they could only stay at the foot of Mount Di-Jun. Long Chen saw this Mount Di-Jun from afar. It was indeed very tall, directly piercing into the starry sky. The strongest person must be sitting at the highest point, looking down on the common people. As expected, the Di-Jun City Lord had already returned. When he was in the Eternal Dragon City, Long Chen had even seen him. The Di-Jun City Lord's speed was slightly faster, but Long Chen reckoned that he had only just returned. After arriving here, Long Chen was not interested in walking up from the foot of the mountain. He directly rushed into the clouds with Li Xuanji, rushing towards the highest peak of Mount Di-Jun. Because he did not conceal himself, many people along the way discovered him and raised the alarm. Some experts even directly chased after him. However, their speed was too slow, and Long Chen left them behind in the blink of an eye. Just like that, he rushed up to the starry sky and rushed to the highest peak of Mount Di-Jun. It was said that the Di-Jun Divine Palace, which worshipped the number 1 god throughout the ages, was located here. In the entire Di-Jun Divine City, only a few people could come here, and the Di-Jun City Lord lived in this place all year round. And today, Long Chen directly rushed here. The Di-Jun City Lord, who was in the Di-Jun Divine Palace, naturally immediately discovered Long Chen. He walked out of the Di-Jun Divine Palace, and when he saw Long Chen, his eyes began to burn like the scorching sun. However, Long Chen's eyes were attracted by another thing. It was a statue standing behind the Di-Jun Divine Palace. It was hundreds of meters tall, and it was very huge. It should be the statue of Di-Jun. P.S. There will be updates in the evening. Chapter 22-25. The so-called statue was, in fact, an ordinary man wearing simple clothes. He was very ordinary, even like the lowest rung of the dragon sacrificial continent, an ordinary person without any power. This kind of person was very common in Poplar Town. Whether it was his figure or his demeanor, he was no different from an ordinary person. He belonged to the kind of person who would be drowned in a sea of people. It was really difficult to connect him with the so-called number 1 god of ancient times, the master of all gods, Di-Jun. But this ordinary statue was definitely Di-Jun. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing behind the Di-Jun shrine, at the peak of Mount Di-Jun. At first glance, he looked like an extremely ordinary young man, incomparable to City Lord Dijun's peerless and unparalleled aura. But only after careful observation could one discover that this Dijun had a different temperament. His left eye was carved with flames, like the scorching sun, while one side of his right eye was empty, as if he was blind. But Long Chen knew that it represented the power of space. Ordinary, it was just a disguise. The more he looked, the more Long Chen's eyes were sucked in by the empty right eye. Suddenly, it was as if there was a raging fire burning around him. For a moment, the whole world was filled with terrifying flames. Long Chen had a feeling that he was inside the scorching sun. That terrifying burning feeling was much more terrifying than the chaotic green flames of the blue fire emperor. Endless sea of fire, endless magma, flames and magma swept around Long Chen. The whole world had been submerged. This grand scene seemed to make Long Chen return to the eternal dragon city, back to the time when the 7 dragon emperors and the black llama beasts were fighting. What was even more terrifying was that in the depths of the endless sea of fire, there seemed to be a giant with a height of more than 1,000,000 meters. In front of him, Long Chen was unimaginably small. As the flames swayed, Long Chen vaguely saw a super emperor sitting on the throne. First, the throne he was sitting on was like a giant golden dragon crawling, looking disdainfully in all directions, but submitting to him. Looking up, the bright yellow golden dragon robe was embroidered with the image of a dragon soaring in the sea. Under the surging golden waves at the corners of the robe, the sleeves fluttered high in the wind. Behind him, there was a blazing sun burning, and flames danced behind him. On the giant's face, his long eyebrows were slightly raised, and his black jade-like pupils flickered with a warm luster. His handsome face reflected the morning sun, with a tall nose, thin lips, and sword-like eyebrows slanted into a few strands of black hair that fell from his temples. His handsome side profile and facial contours were perfect and impeccable. He had the majesty and innate nobility of a god, and his entire person emitted a kind of king's aura that could shake the world. Seeing Long Chen, the 1,000,000-meter-tall giant's lips curled into a sinister smile. The left side of his eyes was like a blazing sun, while the right side was empty. It was as if he could see through Long Chen's heart. Such an emperor was obviously the master of the gods, the #1 god of the primeval times, Dijun. The first time he saw a statue of a god, Long Chen was really shocked. When he came back to his senses, what was in front of him was an ordinary young man dressed in cloth clothes. Whether this ordinary young man was Dijun, or the emperor standing proudly on the throne of the Golden Dragon Emperor was Dijun, Long Chen naturally did not know. Perhaps they were the same person, one body, but in 2 different states. If one did not look carefully, one would not fall into the vortex of the statue and be deeply shocked by the statue of Dijun. For example, Li Xuanji did not look at herself. She danced in the wind, and her slim figure had infinite charm. Unfortunately, Long Chen was focused on finding evidence, so he did not have the mood to appreciate it. In the blink of an eye, City Lord Dijun was already standing in front of Long Chen. His temperament was similar to that of the emperor on the throne. He did not speak, but revealed the true majesty of an emperor. In the entire Dijun divine city, there were many people who noticed the arrival of Long Chen. At this time, there were many people surrounding City Lord Dijun. Of course, only the warriors of the 6 paths of reincarnation were qualified to come here. The arrival of a figure like Long Chen had basically caused all the hidden warriors in the Dijun divine city to appear. Not a single expert was left behind. For example, Di Ku, who had once imprisoned Long Chen. Of course, this old man could not even take one move from Long Chen. They originally hated Long Chen. This time, they thought that he was finished. Unexpectedly, not only did he miraculously survive, but he also borrowed Long Qinglan's power to save the world. Now that he had gained the trust of all living beings in the world, coupled with his terrifying strength, he was no longer a soft persimmon that they could squash at will. Of course, it was impossible for them to swallow Di's hatred. Moreover, this time, Long Chen could be considered to have barged in. Why did Long Chen barge in forcefully? That was because he knew that to this group of people, regardless of whether they barged in forcefully or not, there would only be one result if they wanted to take their things. It was impossible. As expected, City Lord Dijun did not mention the hatred. Instead, he asked in a deep and dignified voice, "Why did you come to my Dijun divine city? Even though you have a noble status now, I did not invite you personally. Yet, you barged into my Dijun divine palace and offended me. This doesn't seem to be in line with the rules." The others had long wanted to curse out loud. However, in the face of Long Chen, they no longer had the courage to do so. It was said that when Long Qingyue transformed into a monster, it was equivalent to having hundreds of yin-yang dragon clones. Moreover, Long Chen had killed him. He had 2 sets of 700 Dao patterns Dao weapons. That was the most precious thing in the entire Dijun Divine City. Long Chen went straight to the point and said, "I want to go to the battlefield of the gods. Therefore, I have come to borrow your Dijun Divine boat. After using it, I will definitely return it to you immediately." They did not expect Long Chen to have such thoughts. Go to the battlefield of the gods. I want the Dijun Divine boat. Everyone repeated and couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. Long Chen had killed the hope of their Dijun Divine City. Now, he had barged into this place. The Demon Slaughter Conference had ended up being a laughingstock, causing the Dijun Divine City to lose face once again. Now that Long Chen had come to beg them, they naturally would not agree. The Dijun Divine City said decisively, "That is impossible. The divine boat is a treasure of our divine city. It was passed down by our ancestors. We definitely cannot let outsiders use it. In addition, the battlefield of the gods is the resting place of our ancestors. It is only opened once every 1,000 years for our descendants to pay their respects. If you enter now, you will be disturbing the spirits of our ancestors. Therefore, all the more I cannot agree to your request." These 2 reasons had completely rejected Long Chen's offer. To be honest, the reason why he didn't ask Long Chen to scram was because of the strength and status that Long Chen had. This result was actually no different from what Long Chen had expected. The people of the Dijun Divine City didn't like him. Even if he begged shamelessly, it would be useless. Looking at the others, they indeed had looks of hatred. Some of them were even mocking Long Chen for having wild thoughts. Long Chen didn't panic and said, "This time, I am heading to the battlefield of the gods with the permission of the 7 dragon emperors to investigate the matter of my father's intention to destroy the battlefield of the gods. I also want to find out the truth. This time, I will definitely not disturb the rest of the ancestors. Moreover, although the Dijun Divine City didn't spread the news, my action this time is related to the black Yama beast that appeared in the Eternal Dragon City previously. It can be considered as an exploration for the common people. As the leader of the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants, the Dijun Divine City should contribute a portion of its strength. I believe that all the ancestors would definitely want all of you to contribute to the rise and fall of the human race. If you don't believe what I said, City Lord Dijun can personally ask the 7 dragon emperors." He said all these words to block the other party from all sides. The other party couldn't refute and couldn't come up with any excuses. In fact, Long Chen was very clear that lending or not wasn't a matter of words. No matter how extravagant Long Chen's words were, it wouldn't be possible. In the end, they still had to fight for it. As expected, after listening to what Long Chen said, City Lord Dijun narrowed his eyes. He was already slightly angry in his heart and the sound of wind and thunder could vaguely be heard. "Your words are pleasant to hear, but how can I believe you? It's not your turn to truly go to the battlefield of the gods to seek the truth and secrets. The 15 Dragon Emperor can enter the battlefield of the gods at any time. There's no need for the divine arc Dijun. Besides, there's no secret or truth in the battlefield of the gods." Back then, when Long Qinglan wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods, everyone in the world saw it with their own eyes. Long Chen naturally understood that before he understood everything, they naturally wouldn't believe what he said. So he said, "All right, I won't say any more nonsense. If you don't give me the divine arc Dijun, then during this period of time, don't blame me for causing trouble in your divine Emperor Jun City. I want to see who here can stop me." He was originally here to cause trouble. Hearing this, everyone in divine Emperor Jun City was furious. A few elders blew their beards and glared at Long Chen, wanting to display their divine power to fight with Long Chen. City Lord Dijun was the most shrewd. He blocked the crowd and squinted at Long Chen, saying, "What you mean is that you want to fight with me and test the strength of a demigod, right?" Back then, when Long Chen defeated the monster Long Qingyue in the Eternal Dragon City, City Lord Dijun saw it with his own eyes. At that time, Long Chen had indeed reached the peak of the demigod body. Only a few days had passed, and he had actually locked his target on himself. "Yes, let's make a bet. If I lose, I leave. If you lose, you give me the divine Arkansas. Are you brave enough?" Although Long Chen was a junior, He was completely qualified to say such words to the master of the ancient city of the 72 ancient cities. City Lord Di Jun was on the same level as the Azura Star Lord and the others in the Chaos Star region. Thinking back to when Long Chen had just arrived in the Eternal God Realm, this level was like a god to him. But now, he might be able to challenge him. Of course, he had to include Li Xuanji. Long Chen didn't have the guts to fight him with his true strength. After all, no matter how talented he was, he knew his limits. Before he reached the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, he wouldn't force himself. This time, it was for the Divine Arc Di Jun. He had no choice. He still owed 7 chapters. He would take it slowly. The burden was too great, and his body couldn't take it. He wanted to watch the World Cup, but he didn't have time. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to write during the day. Chapter 22-26. City Lord Di Jun was not the only one in front of him. There were also many experts from the Di Jun Divine City. Long Chen's motive for saying such a thing was already very obvious. City Lord Di Jun was the strongest expert here. If he was defeated, the divine boat would naturally be in his hands. This was even more of a robbery. Of course, he was not completely confident. However, in order to enter the battlefield of the gods, he had to use the divine boat Di Jun obviously. The other party would not lend it to him obediently, so this was the only way. This kind of provocation was basically tried and tested, especially towards martial artists of the older generation like City Lord Di Jun, who had a very high status. He could not tolerate provocation, especially from a junior like Long Chen. In the past 2 years, many experts had finally fallen in the process of Long Chen's rise. Back then, when City Lord Di Jun rose to power, he had also defeated many opponents. However, he did not want to become one of Long Chen's stepping stones. All along, Long Chen had stopped at the demigod body, and he still had unlimited potential for growth. Of course, City Lord Di Jun knew that he would defeat him one day, but it was definitely not now. At their level, they all knew how powerful the World Tree, the Heart of Laws, the millions of divine palaces, and the divine power of all beings in their bodies would be, crushing the demigod body. They would crush the demigod body. Therefore, when he heard Long Chen's straightforward provocation, City Lord Di Jun was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "You're very courageous, but aren't you a little too hasty? Do you really not regret it?" Long Chen asked in return, "Indeed, if you are willing to use the divine boat as a bet, I will not regret it." "All right. Come with me." City Lord Di Jun had not fought for many years. To be honest, he was also itching to fight. The rise of Long Chen was a legend, and he wanted to challenge this legend. It had been many years since he had felt so excited. This was a battle between the rising star Long Chen and the true top experts of the older generation in the Dragon God region. City Lord Di Jun could be considered to have just stepped into the level of a top expert. Of course, because he was the successor of the primordial first god, in terms of battle prowess and resources, he even surpassed ordinary ultimate divine dragons. Among most dragon martial artists, those who could reach the demigod body were basically the same. They were all ultimate mystical dragons, such as the glorious Dragon Emperor and the Dark Dragon Emperor. Although the Azura Star Lord and Rakshasa Star Lord had astral cores, they weren't a match for City Lord Di Jun outside of the Azura Star and Rakshasa Star Lord. City Lord. The few old men beside him couldn't help but dissuade him. Of course, they weren't worried about City Lord Di Jun's defeat, but they felt that it would be beneath him to fight with Long Chen. The death of Di, the failure of the devil's slaughtering meat, the status of our Supreme Jun Divine City has plummeted, but we have no way to punish him. Today he came to us personally. We don't dare to kill him, but we can still teach him a lesson. This is an extremely rare opportunity. Why would I give up? City Lord Di Jun was truly enraged. If not, given how shrewd he was, he wouldn't have acted so rashly and hysterically in front of everyone. During this period of time, everyone in the Supreme Jun Divine City was feeling extremely depressed. After saying that, City Lord Di Jun directly soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and heading into the distance. Naturally, he was doing this to prevent the battle from affecting Mount Di Jun. But even so, it seemed that the news of their battle had spread through the entire Mount Di Jun very quickly. Originally, the arrival of Long Chen was already very high profile. When this news spread out, it caused an uproar in the entire Supreme Jun Divine City. Did you hear that? Our city lord is going to fight with the son of the eternal dragon emperor, that Long Chen. That terrifying genius is invincible among the younger generation. Even many of the older generation aren't a match for Long Chen. It's said that even many 7-star Samsara Tribulation Realm cultivators aren't a match for him. He seems to have 2 primordial Dao treasures with 700 Dao runes on him. 700 Dao runes. A total of 700 Dao runes. If I could have 1 primordial Dao artifact, I would be satisfied for my entire life. For a moment, the entire Supreme June Divine City was in an uproar. Everyone couldn't help but look at the sky. In the clouds in the east not far away, it seemed that City Lord Di Jun and Long Chen were there. That Long Chen is really terrifying. He's even stronger than the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He's not more than 1,000 years old, but he's qualified to challenge our City Lord. Our City Lord is the strongest expert of the human clan below the 5 great dragon cities. That's natural. He's the absolute leader of the 72 Divine Descendants' ancient city and has a huge rallying power. It's said that he already has the body of a demigod. At the same time, he also has the treasures passed down from the primordial era. His combat power is boundless. He's one of the top experts of the human clan, almost comparable to those of the 5 great dragon cities. Although this Long Chen is terrifying, he's still not strong enough to challenge our Supreme City Lord. Almost at that moment, everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks and look towards the east. They clenched their fists. They were from the Supreme June Divine City. Naturally, they hoped that City Lord Di Jun could win. Of course, they also firmly believed that City Lord Di Jun would win. Boom. City Lord Di Jun moved his eyes slightly. Suddenly, the clouds within a radius of tens of thousands of meters were swept away, revealing a clear blue sky. This way, the figures of the 2 experts were even more clearly displayed in front of everyone, which made them even more excited. It's about to start. It's about to start. Although that Long Chen is still very young, this might be a grand battle. A battle between the old and the new. It's going to be very interesting. High up in the sky. How magical. No wonder you didn't break through and fought with me. So that woman from the Dark Divine City is actually a part of your body and power. City Lord Di Jun was simply amazed. Now, he had hidden all the anger and hatred in his heart, showing a calm emperor's temperament. Now, Li Xuanji had turned into a Yin demon and entered his body. The Yin demon's power flowed in his body. After a series of improvements by Li Xuanji, when the Yin demon's power entered his body, it immediately caused the power in Long Chen's body to rise and soar. Yin and Yang harmonized and became even more perfect. The turbulent power in his body was almost uncontrollable. It was as vast as a river. Compared to before the fusion, it was a whole level stronger. As for whether he could defeat City Lord Di Jun in one go, Long Chen didn't know. Because he had never fought with an expert with a demigod body, he didn't know how strong they were. Anyway, before today, Long Chen didn't even dare to think about it. Back in the Chaos Star territory, any Star Lord was a supreme ruler. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had reached the level where he could fight against them. Just this speed alone was something to be proud of. In that case, let's not talk nonsense. City Lord Di Jun said once again. His vigorous white hair danced in the air, and his silver dragon robe fluttered in the wind. His white eyebrows were very long, and his left eye was burning like a scorching sun. His right eye was empty, and there was nothing there. All right. Today was just a spar, not a life and death battle. Therefore, Long Chen was relatively relaxed. Of course, he knew that the guy in front of him would definitely want to cut him into 1,000 pieces. At that moment, everyone held their breath and looked at the 2 people in the sky. The murderous intent and blood color on Long Chen's body made people break out in cold sweat, and the vast Emperor's aura on City Lord Di Jun's body seemed to be pressing down on their heads, making everyone feel excited and breathless. They were surprised to find that Long Chen actually had the aura of confrontation with City Lord Di Jun. What a miracle! He's still so young. What a miracle! He's still so young. He's even a myth. However, he's still a little anxious. Our City Lord can end this myth, or at least slow him down. The #1 god of the primordial era, Di Jun, was the controller of the scorching sun and the space rules. He had the supreme power of the rules. City Lord Di Jun could also control space. Although he hadn't made a move yet, the surrounding space seemed to have been sealed. Long Chen had a feeling that there was nowhere to escape. In fact, The surroundings seemed to have sunk into mud, making it very difficult to move. This undoubtedly weakened Long Chen's advantage in speed. Buzz! The space was constantly trembling as if it was about to break and tear apart. In the distance, City Lord Dijun's left eye was blazing with flames. Today, I will only use the scorching sun Dao. If you can defeat me, you win. City Lord Dijun's majestic voice came crashing down. Everywhere it went, even the clouds were shaken. Even the distant Mount Dijun was trembling silently. On his chest, Long Chen saw that the world tree seemed to have come to life. It was rooted in his dantian, the spine was the trunk, and the branches and leaves extended to every part of his body. In the center of his chest, there was a shining spot of light. That was the heart of the rules. And among the countless branches and leaves, there were divine palaces that looked like stars. Among the branches and leaves, divine palaces that were like stars were born. In each divine palace, a new creature was born. The power gathered was just like the body of City Lord Dijun. It was as if millions of people were cultivating for him. What flowed in his body was the god power of living beings that came from millions of living beings. It was endless and indestructible. From the 7 stars to the 8 trigrams, it was almost the first step from a mortal to a god. At this moment, City Lord Dijun had the might of a demigod. Indeed, this wasn't something that Long Chen could resist by simply increasing his power. The hope of victory seemed very slim. But Long Chen still wanted to give it a try. Wow! There was a loud noise coming from Mount Dijun. In the midst of the noise, City Lord Dijun smiled slightly, opened his arms and said, "First of all, I will let you see my Dijun bloodline. The Yang Spirit Great Tao." His arms were open and his face was full of smiles. But time seemed to have stopped at this moment. At that moment, the sun in the sky actually instilled a brilliance that crossed the limits of space and instantly descended on the head of City Lord Dijun, converging into his body. For a moment, his body had been covered by flames, and his whole body had undergone an incomparably huge change. The scorching light forced Long Chen to retreat. When he looked back, City Lord Dijun had already turned into a flaming man. Chapter 22-27. Undying. Sun God Technique. As long as he was under the sun, he would be able to fight for a long time without dying, just like a demon. This was one of the true supreme great Taoists passed down from the first immemorial god, Dijun. Only the City Lord of Dijun City could cultivate and use this move. In order to cultivate the Sun God technique, Dijun City Lord spent 5,000 years studying and honing before he achieved what he had today. In front of him was a man made of fire and sand. His eyebrows, eyes, and even hair were the same as the original City Lord of Dijun City. He could still see his smile and any expression, but the terrifying heat and flames on his body proved how terrifying he was at this moment. Sun God Technique. Under the sun, he turned into a sun god. With a wave of his hand, he could burn half of the world. It was as if the real sun had descended. Now, the City Lord of Dijun City had truly shown his terrifying side. In particular, under the fire and sand, the world tree was still thriving. The vast divine palace provided endless divine power to all living beings. A true demigod body expert was displayed in front of Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help but shiver. It was really terrifying. However, this couldn't scare him away. How is it? The City Lord of Dijun City made of fire and crystal sand was calm and said with a smile. Although it was a smile, it still gave people a creepy feeling. Ruoshin. He squinted his eyes and extended his arm that was made of fire and sand. He opened his palm, and in that instant, a fiery red long sword that looked like the feathers of a phoenix condensed in his hand. It was covered with patterns of the phoenix feathers, and every tiny pattern was a Tao pattern. Judging from the outline, there were at least 600 or even 700 Tao patterns. It was an aura that was not inferior to the imprisoning dragon bow. An immemorial Tao artifact with 700 Tao patterns. With his identity as the City Lord of Dijun City, it was normal for him to get one. This was a long sword named Ruoshin. Although the name was beautiful and reminded Long Chen of Lingxi, the terrifying heat and sharpness were synonymous with the Grim Reaper. What surprised Long Chen the most was that there was a peerless beauty inside this primordial Tao treasure named Ruoshi. She snuggled up to the City Lord with a gentle and intimate expression while staring at the city. The Lord's eyes were filled with endless emotions, which explained everything. That was Ruoshi's Tao spirit. This scene reminded Long Chen of his time with Lingxi. During that period of time, Lingxi was hidden in the mysterious Lingxi sword, just like the woman in front of him. "This is my wife," the city lord of Dijuan City said without hesitation. He looked at the Tao spirit with gentle eyes, but when he looked at Long Chen, his eyes were filled with anger. Long Chen naturally didn't know why his woman would become his Tao spirit, but this wasn't important. What was important was that he was too powerful from the power he displayed at this moment. He took a deep breath. In his left hand, the imprisoning dragon bow condensed and turned into an immemorial Tao artifact that wasn't inferior to Ruoxi's. The golden giant dragon coiled around the imprisoning dragon bow and glared at the opponent. The azure dragon arrow was useless to Long Chen. He reached out and pinched the imperial dragon arrow with 600 Tao patterns. At least in terms of Tao artifacts, he was temporarily at an advantage. His feet shifted and at that moment, he unleashed a terrifying speed and teleported thousands of meters away. In the blink of an eye, the imperial dragon arrow in his right hand was knocked on the imprisoning dragon bow. The vast power in his body surged and condensed on his arm. Long Chen instantly pulled the imprisoning dragon bow to its fullest. The imprisoning dragon roared. As though heaven and earth were condensed on the tip of the sword, a vast power vibrated. Long Chen finally displayed the power that could resist the opponent. At that moment, he decisively let go. The imperial dragon arrow instantly shot forward. In an extremely short period of time, it turned into a dark emperor dragon. The dark emperor dragon was the suppression of darkness, while the power of the imperial city lord was the suppression of light. The two powers collided on Mount Dijuan. There was a sudden collision outside. In fact, it was the imperial city lord who was holding the Ruoxi sword. When the imperial dragon arrow reached his glabella, he used all his strength to push it away. The imperial dragon arrow was shaken away by him. It could be said that he dealt with it easily. In fact, he knew that the power of Long Chen's arrow was almost the same as those just now. The experts who had entered the demigod body were almost all. Ding! An ear-piercing sound rang out. The martial artists on Mount Dijuan felt as though they had been slapped in the face. The imperial city lord's arm trembled slightly for a moment. That was because he was pouring out the tremendous power of Long Chen's imperial dragon arrow. It was their first confrontation. Long Chen's arrow that condensed a tremendous amount of divine power didn't injure the opponent. At this moment, the imperial dragon arrow had returned to his hand. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "This guy is really difficult to deal with." This was destined to be a very difficult battle. Long Chen was also sure that this battle would be very important to him. It would be very difficult to meet such an opponent who could suppress him and bring him endless possibilities. This made him even more ecstatic and excited. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. The first confrontation was just a test to let them know that the other party was qualified to fight fiercely with him. Even the imperial city lord couldn't help but become fanatical. He hadn't fought for many years. Di Yao, he's really an amazing person. Even you think so? The imperial city lord looked at the sword in his hand gently and suddenly sneered. "I also admit that. So this is probably the only time in my life that I can defeat him. Ruoxi, let's attack together." After saying the last word, the imperial city lord turned into a trail of flames and attacked. The Ruoxi sword in his hand immediately erupted with terrifying waves of flames that swept in all directions and engulfed the entire space. Long Chen remembered that even Di Shang had the spatial divine art of instant universe flash. This imperial city lord definitely knew it as well. However, since he said that he wouldn't use it today, that was why he didn't use it. Once he used that move, his speed would be terrifying. Long Chen's imperial dragon arrow was about to shoot out. It was basically impossible for him to shoot it. Ruoxi sword Dao. Before the imperial dragon arrow could be released, the imperial city lord had already arrived before him. The divine power of all living beings was a kind of divine power that made Long Chen feel suffocated. The imperial city lord used the divine power of all living beings to execute his self-created Ruoxi sword Dao, instantly suppressing Long Chen. On Mount Emperor, everyone was dumbfounded because they could not see anything. Everything they could see was covered by a sea of fire. Countless sword lights flashed and formed a picture of mountains and rivers, completely suppressing Long Chen. In the sky, as soon as Ruoxi moved, Long Chen was surrounded by hundreds of millions of flaming sword lights. Any one of those sword lights could destroy a city. When hundreds of millions of them combined, They could easily shatter the entire Mount Dijuan and Dijuan Divine City. This was the Dijuan City Lord. This was the reason why the Imperial City Lord chose to fight far away from Mount Imperial Emperor. Such a vast scene caused an uproar. Countless people in Mount Imperial Emperor exclaimed in amazement. Of course, they knew that this was the Imperial City Lord's attack, so they were quite excited. They had never seen such a terrifying battle in their lives. This scene was deeply engraved in their minds. And Long Chen was the one who was facing this vast attack. The billions of sword lights formed a beautiful painting. There were mountains, trees, the sun, the moon and stars, but all of them contained a terrifying attack. The Imperial City Lord was able to execute his sword moves to such an extent, which showed that he had a very profound attainment in the sword Dao. He was a true top expert. Every move of his changed the color of the world. Long Chen's fighting spirit was high. At the moment when the billions of sword lights rushed over, he still held the bow in his hand and searched for the location of the City Lord. At the same time, his eyes turned into many as he cast the storm of time. The time within a large area was under Long Chen's control. After cultivating in the Eternal Dragon City, Long Chen had made great progress in the cultivation of the Tao of Time. This time, when he executed the Time Storm, with the addition of the Een Devil's power, it created a shocking attack towards the surroundings. It spread out and collided with the Ruo Shi Sword Tao of the Imperial City Lord. Boom! At that moment, the two sides collided, producing a brilliant light that instantly blinded everyone's eyes. The power of the Time Storm was a real storm. In a short moment, it tore apart the landscape painting and tore a hole in the cage, allowing Long Chen to escape from the Imperial City Lord. He rushed out of the Imperial City Lord's sword net. Bang bang! The moment he rushed out, he sensed the position of the Imperial City Lord who was truly using the sword move. He became very terrifying after using the Sun God technique, but he was also exceptionally dazzling. Blood-weeping dragon soul. Millions of divine dragons rushed out, filling everyone's vision. At this moment, Long Chen shot out the Imperial Dragon Arrow that he had been accumulating for a long time with the imprisoning dragon bow. The Imperial Dragon Arrow was mixed with the millions of blood-weeping dragon souls, forming a strange attack that rushed towards the Imperial City Lord who was close by. He was reversing the opponent's attack and creating a life-and-death threat to the opponent. Long Chen's move was very outstanding. Under the divine power of the Imperial Dragon Arrow, the world was almost torn apart and the space was penetrated repeatedly. However, the power of the Imperial Dragon Arrow did not decrease at all. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Imperial City Lord while being surrounded by millions of divine dragons. Whoosh! The Imperial Dragon Arrow actually passed through his head and blasted it apart. At that moment, what Long Chen felt was not excitement, but nervousness. Of course, he knew that it would not be so easy to kill him. As expected, in the next moment, the head that had been shot turned into countless pieces of fire and sand. In the end, they gathered together and formed a body on his torso. Even the long hair on his head was the same as before. This was the true power of the opponent's Sun God technique. It was almost immortal and difficult to defeat. At this moment, the two sides staggered. After 2 or 3 intense exchanges, the outcome was still not decided. However, they had a certain understanding of each other's strength. He hasn't lost yet. Chapter 22-28. The City Lord's attack is a killer move of Ruoshi's sword Dao. It's called the landscape map. I didn't expect Long Chen to be able to break it. Back then, countless warriors died under the City Lord's sword. Especially after the death of his wife, the City Lord's temperament changed greatly. This was the discussion of a few elders from Dijun Divine City. Their eyes were sharp, and they could roughly tell that Long Chen was still on par with City Lord Dijun. However, City Lord, it's about time for you to display your true combat prowess and defeat him quickly. City Lord's strongest ability is spatial mystic arts. If you use those, that Long Chen definitely won't be able to last for more than 10 breaths. Just watch. Even without using spatial abilities, the City Lord can easily defeat him. While they were talking, the two people who had challenged each other for a short period of time fought again. Their battle instantly shook the earth and the mountains. City Lord Dijun held the Ruoshi sword in his hand. His sword was like a long river as he unleashed one exquisite sword move after another. On the other hand, Long Chen used the various divine abilities of the body of Ancestor Dragon to defend himself. Even though he managed to hit his opponent a few times, he couldn't truly hurt him. He had fallen into a true trapped battle. The gap between Di Jun and City Lord Di Jun was very clear. The truth was that even with Li Xuanji's demon power, it would be difficult to defeat him head-on. Supreme Supremacy 9 Yang. At that moment, City Lord Di Jun laughed out loud and retreated. His hands transformed, and 9 of his fingers burst out with rays of light. Flames soared into the sky and turned into 9 huge devils beside him. They were hundreds and thousands of meters tall, with thick fangs and ugly faces. With a wave of his hand, flames rose to the sky. Restrain him, Supreme Sovereign 9 Yang. The 9 flames surrounded him and formed an array diagram, locking onto Long Chen from 9 directions. As for City Lord Di Jun, he was like a ghost, shuttling between the 9 Sons Emperor Venerables, bringing about a huge destructive attack to Long Chen. Several times, the opponent's 700 Dao pattern Dao artifact. The attack landed on Long Chen's body and nearly caused a fatal injury to Long Chen. Space-time reversal. When the 9 Yang Supremacy unleashed a ferocious attack and attacked Long Chen from both sides with the array diagram, almost completely restricting Long Chen had no choice but to use space-time reversal to send them flying. At this critical moment, he transformed into a mystical dragon, and the ancient blood spiritual dragon raged. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the 9 Yang Sovereign's body. Even now, the blood spirit thrust was still Long Chen's most terrifying attack. Under the blood spirit thrust, the 9 Yang Supremacy was completely penetrated. Vast Sea Sacrifice. Under his control, the huge current swept out furiously and sent the 9 Yang Supreme Emperor Venerable flying. All of them crumbled in the vast sea and turned into ashes. Although Long Chen was at the bottom, his bravery and knowledge were truly amazing. Even City Lord Di Jun was extremely shocked. The move of the 9 Yang Imperial Venerable was already extremely terrifying, but he never expected that it would still be destroyed by Long Chen. Rumble. As the ancient blood spiritual dragon reappeared, the 9 Yang Supreme Emperor Venerables exploded one by one. Give up. It's basically impossible to defeat me. Of course, now that you have the combat power of a demigod, it's just the initial state. City Lord Di Jun sneered. Long Chen had a rough understanding of his own abilities. Just based on the scorching sun mystique, it was almost impossible for him to defeat the other party. At most, he could continue to be in a stalemate with him, but it was impossible for him to defeat him. Moreover, the other party still had many abilities that he had yet to display. He was afraid that he would not be able to borrow the divine boat Di Jun today. But he was not resigned to it. He had already come all the way here, and now he had to leave with his tail between his legs. That was really embarrassing. Just as he was hesitating, City Lord Di Jun did not say a word. He turned around and retreated. In the blink of an eye, countless flames erupted from his body. At that moment, he turned into a real sun, standing proudly in the sky. Countless flames gathered around him, and under his feet. He actually transformed into many Inferno Divine Dragons. Tens of thousands of Inferno Divine Dragons flew around him, and under his feet. Emperor Controlling Dragons. City Lord Di Jun, Di Yao, stood proudly on the heads of countless divine dragons. It was as though he was riding the divine dragons. Countless divine dragons served him, dancing under his feet. With him as the master, they roared at Long Chen. This made Long Chen feel a huge sense of humiliation and anger. How could a dignified divine dragon allow an insignificant person to stand on their heads and suppress them? This anger came from his bloodline. It made Long Chen feel like he was about to explode from the impact of his anger. He originally wanted to come again next time, but now, he couldn't care less. He went up. Long Chen, are you convinced? City Lord Di Jun stood on the roaring dragons and asked in a clear voice. After this question, countless martial artists from Di Jun Divine City roared with laughter. Indeed, Long Chen was not a match for City Lord Di Jun. Their hearts were filled with satisfaction. Long Chen did not reply. The body of the ancient blood spiritual dragon rolled in the sky, causing the sky to tremble. Then he charged towards City Lord Di Jun, who was controlling the dragons. Courting death. City Lord Di Jun was furious. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of Inferno Divine Dragons rushed towards Long Chen. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with flames. Long Chen was facing tens of thousands of Divine Dragons alone. As dignified Divine Dragons, they were being controlled by a mortal. These dragon souls had simply abandoned their dignity and pride. Long Chen could not help but be furious. Disregarding everything, his dragon tail swung and instantly collided with the tens of thousands of divine dragons. At that moment, all the Inferno divine dragons exploded. Half of it was because of Long Chen's angry dragon claws and dragon tail, and the other half succumbed to the anger of the ancestral dragon of Long Chen. The blood-colored divine dragon was like a wolf that had entered a flock of sheep, causing this move of emperor-controlling dragons to quickly collapse. The entire sky exploded, and the sky was torn apart. Countless fire rain poured down from the sky like a downpour. With a rumble, it almost ignited the entire Mount Dijuan and a large area around it. But even so, the explosions in the sky continued. Everyone could not help but raise their heads to look. The blood-colored divine dragon seemed to have gone berserk, tearing apart all the flaming divine dragons. Under his might, the flaming divine dragons could not resist at all, and all of them dissipated. In just a short moment, the emperor-controlling dragons had disappeared. This was one of City Lord Di Jun's ultimate moves. No one expected that Long Chen would be able to break it so easily. Not only was City Lord Di Jun shocked and convinced, but even the entire Mount Dijuan was stunned. This was simply like a scene from a legend. Long Chen had used his strength to tell everyone that he had the strength to fight against City Lord Di Jun. It was just that he did not have the strength to truly defeat his opponent yet. But this did not mean that he would not have it in the future. After tearing all the divine dragons apart, Long Chen thought it through. He had underestimated the power of an expert with a demigod body. He had indeed come a little too early today. Now it was time to stop. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. This was nothing. After tearing all the divine dragons apart and transforming into a human, Long Chen did not make a move. Instead, he looked at City Lord Di Jun who had descended and said, "Today, I am no match for you. However, I must borrow the divine boat Di Jun. Prepare for the next time. I will come again." After saying this, he had already traversed tens of thousands of meters in a flash, disappearing in front of City Lord Di Jun. City Lord Di Jun silently put away the Ruashi sword. Within the Ruashi sword, the peerless beauty said, "Di Yao, are you afraid?" City Lord Di Jun shook his head and said, "I did not expect that this time. I do not have the power to absolutely crush him. In another year, I am afraid that he will completely surpass me. When that time comes, he will be a dominator, and I will never be able to avenge Du. He is our hope." Ruashi said gently, "Let it go. Things have already happened. This is all fate. We mortals cannot resist it. Fate, fate, it is fate again. I, Di Yao, do not believe in fate." He could not help but growl in a low voice. His eyes were gloomy. He escaped. Haha, that Long Chen escaped. However, the emotions of the people below were completely different from those of City Lord Di Jun. They were shocked just now, and thought that Long Chen could really continue fighting to the death with City Lord Di Jun. They didn't expect that he would escape by himself at this point. It seems that this guy is still inferior to our City Lord. Yes, he is far inferior. From the beginning to the end, it was our City Lord who had the upper hand and suppressed him. Ruashi Sword Principal, Emperor Zhuoyang, Emperor Yuan Long, it is good that Long Chen can survive. Sure enough, this guy thinks that he is invincible after defeating a few experts. He even came to challenge our City Lord. What a joke. For a moment, all the people in Di Jun Divine City roared with laughter. Dozens of miles away, Long Chen and Li Xuanji had separated. Although today's battle was very difficult, he was not injured. After Long Chen knew his own strength, he did not continue. City Lord Di Jun was proficient in the Sun God technique, and there was also space magic that he had not used. There was no way to crush him. It seems that this matter cannot be rushed. I am too impatient. Let's wait until I reach the four symbols Samsara Tribulation Realm. During this time, I will find a place and focus on breaking through. Long Chen adjusted his mood, calmed his heart, and said with a smile, "I will accompany you." Li Xuanji's long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were clear and bright, and she was very charming. It felt good to have her by his side. Thinking about it, Long Chen had been alone for a while. This is the central region of the Dragon God domain. I remember there is a place called the Land of Four Extremes. The power of the earth veins from the north, south, east, and west of the Dragon God domain collide in this place, causing chaos. It is said that many people from the Dragon God domain will come here to awaken the power of the four extremes. I think you can go to that place and give it a try. There is such a place. Long Chen's eyes lit up. If it was feasible, it seemed that it would not be long before he returned to Dijun Divine City and obtained the Dijun Divine Arc from City Lord Dijun. Chapter 22-29. Now, Long Chen was already at the pinnacle of the Three Talents Tribulation. As long as he survived the Four Symbols Tribulation, he would be able to transform again. In addition to Li Xuanji's demon power, based on today's situation, there was still a possibility of defeating City Lord Dijun, who was at his peak and using his spatial mystique. He was in a hurry to enter the battlefield of the gods to find the truth and evidence, so he had to get past City Lord Dijun. Now that he had learned of this opportunity from Li Xuanji, of course he would wholeheartedly head towards the land of four extremes. This was a very magical place. There would often be geniuses in the late stages of the Three Talents Tribulation who did not want to wait for the 1,000-year time limit to come here to stimulate the awakening of the Four Symbol Celestial Emperors and complete the Four Symbols Tribulation. The reason why the awakening of the Four Symbols Celestial Emperors can be triggered is because there are four kinds of power colliding here, forming a chaotic current. The land of four extremes can be said to be one of the cores of the Dragon God domain. To the north is the northern region of the Dragon God domain. The power of the entire northern region sinks to the ground and forms the power of the earth veins. It rushes towards the center and finally condenses into the northern dark cold energy, which gathers in the land of four extremes. Similarly, the power of the earth veins that gathers in the southern region is called southern Liyang energy. The power that gathers in the eastern region is called purple micro-emperor energy, and the power that gathers in the western region is called desolate heaven blood energy. These four vast powers collide in a canyon, forming an area that ordinary people do not dare to approach. The power there is the most violent, and the only benefit is that it can stimulate the awakening of the Four Symbol Celestial Emperors. This was the detailed introduction that Li Xuanji had given to Long Chen before heading to the land of four extremes. Northern dark cold energy, southern Liyang energy, purple micro-emperor energy, desolate heaven blood energy. Four powers. It seemed like a good opportunity. With his speed, it would only take him 2 or 3 days to travel from Dijun Divine City to the land of four extremes. After 2 or 3 days, he would almost reach his destination. Before arriving, Long Chen had already felt the terror of the land of four extremes. In front of them was a vast stretch of mountains that rose into the sky. There were very few trees and vegetation, and there were strange rocks everywhere. Standing on a high vantage point, Long Chen could see the situation below. First there was the east. Purple qi came from the east. Large areas were under the furious roar of purple qi. The emperor's qi that gathered from the east formed a very dense emperor's qi. It turned into thousands of galloping horses, charging into the land of the four poles. In the south, boundless South Liyang qi swept over from the ground and turned into a dense flock of flaming birds. They flew over the mountain peaks like a sea of fire and rushed towards the center. Those were countless flaming birds. They let out shrill screams as if they wanted to tear everything in front of them apart. In the north, the northern dark cold energy turned into thousands of poisonous snakes. They flicked their tongues, covering the sky and covering the earth. Everything in sight was dark green smoke. In the west, boundless power of the earth veins surged from the west and gathered at one point. It gave birth to a steady stream of desolate heaven blood energy. The desolate heaven blood energy had a fierce and brutal nature. It condensed into giant blood-colored wolves. The countless blood-colored wolves howled and collided with the northern poisonous snakes, the southern flaming birds, and the eastern purple horses at the same spot. That place was the land of the four extremes. Looking from afar, the four-colored power of the earth veins collided, forming a huge chaotic force that soared into the sky. It turned into clouds and rushed into the distance. Countless horse cries, bird cries, wolf howls, and snake hisses resounded incessantly. The power of the earth veins that came from the four continents was not simple. The collision at this moment was even more extraordinary. The power of the collision caused the area within hundreds of miles to shake intensely like the entire world was about to explode. The surrounding mountains are filled with the power of the four extremes. If we get closer, it will start to help us awaken the four-image Sky Emperor. Normal people will be able to provide it at the outskirts, but if it doesn't work, we can only head in. I met a friend in the Darkness God City. She came here to cultivate for half a year, and after she returned, She had already passed the 4-image reincarnation tribulation realm. She was the one who told me everything about this place. Li Xuanji explained in detail. Let's head in. Long Chen sensed that with his body's condition, it wasn't easy to wake up the 4-image Sky Emperor. Anyway, he definitely couldn't do it at the outskirts. The two of them continued forwards. In front of them, the power of the 4 colors surged forward, causing their clothes or long skirts to flutter in the wind. The beauty beside them had snow-white skin and long hair. Her cold temperament was like a beautiful flower blooming in the dark night, standing proudly in the wind. Een Demon. This was a relationship she couldn't break away from for the rest of her life. Li Xuanji originally thought that she could leave in the future, but now it seemed like she wouldn't be able to break away from this man who was like a curse to her. Most of the time, she was at a loss. When she heard that she was about to be judged, she rushed over to Eternal Dragon City. She didn't expect that she would be able to take risks with him again. Forget it, let fate decide. There was no need to worry about it. What the future would be like depended on fate and what changes fate needed him to make. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was already very close to the place where the 4 powers collided. In front of him was a canyon, and the canyon was where the collision occurred. That place was like a furnace. Countless horses, venomous snakes, blood wolves, and firebirds were slaughtering each other here, turning into countless dismembered corpses. Then they were minced into pieces, and the place where Long Chen stood was affected by the shockwaves. From here onwards, we have the power to awaken the 4-image Sky Emperor. If it doesn't work, we can only go deeper. Li Xuanji said softly beside him. Obviously not here. Just as Long Chen was about to enter, Li Xuanji turned into a Een Demon and surged into his body. This didn't require his consent. Under the fusion of the Een Demon's power, Long Chen became even stronger. I'm going through the tribulation. What are you doing? Long Chen asked curiously. I'm increasing your strength, she said. But, if I fail, you will probably be swallowed by the power of the reincarnation tribulation too, Long Chen said. It's okay. Indeed, she felt that it didn't matter. Although she didn't want to admit it, the center of her life was indeed on Long Chen. Okay. Long Chen smiled. Of course, he had enough confidence in himself. He definitely wouldn't kill her. After getting ready, he headed toward the center again. At this moment, several people rushed up from below and blocked Long Chen's way. They were a few barbaric martial artists. They had dark skin, bare shoulders, big ears, and their eyes were like copper bells. At this moment, they widened their eyes and blocked Long Chen. They said angrily, "Kid, who are you? This is the territory of the 4 Extremes sect. Without our permission, ordinary people will have to pay to enter." Their voices were like a great bell, and they were quite strong. They should be quite strong. Back then, there was only one reincarnation tribulation realm martial artist in the Wind Dragon stream of the ancient god of war's territory. However, these people in front of him had already reached the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm. It was already very powerful for a non-divine descendant ancient city like this to reach this level. They were probably very famous nearby. Those with status don't have to pay to enter, but ordinary people do. They were clearly bandits who bullied the weak and feared the strong. With their strength, if an ordinary 3 talents tribulation realm martial artist came here without a backer, it would be normal for them to bully him. That's right. As long as your backer is stronger than us 4 extremes immortals in the 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation realm, the fee will be waived. We will also be respectful to you. But if not, haha, call for an archaic Tao treasure first. This was an exorbitant demand. Usually, young people like Long Chen would not be able to take out an archaic Tao treasure. That's simple. I'm from Massacre Dragon City. Long Chen smiled. If these people could be scared, then he wouldn't bother to attack them. After all, there was no deep hatred between them. Ah, haha, I'm from Fortune Dragon City. Idiot. Do people from Massacre Dragon City need to come here to break through the 4 symbols tribulation? They all laughed, their eyes filled with malice. Looks like he doesn't have a backer. It's pure nonsense. Brothers, let's do it. A few burly men with red hair shot up to the sky. They chuckled and surrounded Long Chen in the middle. Let's do it. Against someone without a backer, they naturally acted quickly. But in that instant, they couldn't move at all. Long Chen had already used the power of time stop to its peak. He slapped each of them, knocking out a few of their teeth. Then he walked past them and headed for the Four Extremes land of upheaval. Only then did those cultivators recover. They cried out in alarm, their mouths full of blood, and almost fell to the ground. When they looked back and saw that Long Chen had already walked far away, they were so scared that they almost pissed their pants. "Oh no, we've hit an iron plate. Quick! Call for Four Extremes Immortals." They quickly closed their eyes and began to summon. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen discovered that there were 4 people standing in the clouds in front of him. When he got closer, he immediately felt a little strange. These 4 people had human bodies, which was very normal. However, their heads were actually horse, wolf, snake, and bird. It was as if the heads of the 4 creatures were connected to their bodies. They had nothing to do with demons or wild beasts. Hey, that scoundrel dared to touch the disciple of Four Extremes Immortals. He deserves to die. The purple horse head said harshly. Capture him and make a feast. Tonight, we 4 brothers and sisters will add dishes. Who's next? The blood wolf head smiled sinisterly. Chapter 22:30. In fact, it was not impossible for many people to make themselves look like this. However, it was not easy to make the 4 in front of him look so natural, as if they were born like this. Their strength was also rather strange. He could not tell their cultivation level, and it could even be said that they had no cultivation level. 4 Extreme Celestial. They smiled sinisterly and attacked decisively. Perhaps because they were afraid of Long Chen, the 4 of them surrounded him and attacked almost at the same time. Long Chen naturally used Eternal Moment to deal with them. With his current ability, he could indeed freeze the 4 in mid-air and make them unable to move. Long Chen arrived beside them in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to study them, they suddenly broke free from the Eternal Moment. Their strength was not ordinary. Although they were so close, Long Chen could still deal with them easily. The god-slaying sword in his hand displayed the massacre sword art. It swept past quickly and immediately sent their hands flying. After the hands left their bodies, they turned to dust. Long Chen once again aimed at their heads. Wherever his long sword pointed, they actually all fled at a very fast speed. At the very least, they reached a speed that was difficult for them to reach at their level of power. In the blink of an eye, they had left Long Chen's side. They began to chatter and chatter. What a powerful young man. He actually hurt us. However, this does not mean anything. We still want to eat you. Yes, wait for us to return. They were still full of backbone. At this time, they joined forces and actually rushed towards the center of the land of 4 extremes. In the blink of an eye, they were drowned by the 4 colliding air currents. There's definitely something strange about these 4 fellows. They're way too different from the humans. Long Chen's gaze was cold. He had doubts earlier and did not kill them. However, now that they had actually rushed into the land of 4 extremes, from what they said before they left, they seemed to have some tricks up their sleeves. Without saying a word, Long Chen followed them and headed towards the land of 4 extremes. In front of them was a canyon. The power of the earth veins from the 4 continents collided here. The closer they got, the greater the resistance and the greater the destructive power. It might even trigger the awakening of Long Chen's 4 celestial emperors. Before dealing with their opponents, the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. Where did they go? Long Chen searched everywhere. Right now, the surroundings had already been submerged by the 4-colored fog. His vision was a blur, and it was very difficult to see any living beings. In the past, there were martial artists who had broken through to the 4 symbols tribulation here, but they had not gone as deep as Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen sensed that the 4 types of energy were gathering in one direction, as if they were being sucked in. Without a word, Long Chen immediately headed in that direction. The closer he got to the center of the collision, the more obvious the feeling of being sucked in became. Finally, Long Chen saw a blurry silhouette in front of him. It was a fat silhouette with 4 protrusions on its body, as if it had grown 4 heads. The 4 types of energy were converging towards the 4 protrusions and being sucked in. The power level of the silhouette's body was rising at a terrifying rate. If this continued, it might even surpass the current Long Chen. This is one of the so-called 4 extreme deities. Long Chen was alarmed. If each of them could absorb the power here and become stronger, he would really be in danger. Hence, he took out the dragon-enslaved bow decisively. When there was still a long distance between him and the other party, he took out the Emperor Dragon arrow, pulled the bowstring to the fullest, and aimed at the other party. Swoosh! The Emperor Dragon arrow gathered the power of the dragon prisoner Bao and Long Chen. It shot out in the chaotic land of the four poles. In an instant, it hit the other party. Perhaps the other party did not expect Long Chen to appear at this moment. This time, he was directly torn to pieces. He screamed and disappeared. Perhaps because the power he absorbed did not belong to him yet, the Emperor Dragon arrow pierced through him and exploded, instantly annihilating him and blowing him to pieces. However, the moment the Emperor Dragon arrow broke through the fog, Long Chen saw his appearance clearly. Originally, he thought that this was one of the four extreme deities. He did not expect there to be four of them. However, their bodies were twisted and combined in a strange way, becoming one. They became a monster with 8 arms and 8 legs. 4 heads grew in 4 different directions. In fact, they were the 4 protrusions that Long Chen saw in the blur at the beginning. If he had seen them like this at the beginning, Long Chen would not have killed them. For such a strange change to happen, it might have something to do with the Sky-Devouring clan. However, under the power of the Emperor Dragon arrow, the 4 extreme deities disappeared. Of course, what Long Chen did was not wrong. If he did not kill the other party in time, given the speed at which they were devouring, he would probably be in danger if this continued, especially when he was preparing to break through to the 4 extremes reincarnation tribulation realm. Now, apart from the sounds of the 4 extremes colliding, there was no other sound. Long Chen asked Li Xuanji. She did not understand what was going on with the 4 extreme deities either. Long Chen searched the surroundings for half a day. He did not see anyone else nearby. The so-called 4 extreme deities had also been shattered. Only then did he feel at ease. It can actually devour the power of this kind of earth vein to strengthen itself. This is too heaven-defying. The most boundless power here was actually the power of the earth vein that came from all over the dragon god domain, the Emperor's essence, the desolate heaven blood chi, and so on. If he could use them, he would definitely gain endless benefits. However, entering the battlefield of the gods was still more important. Currently, the 4 extreme celestial emperors had not been awakened. Long Chen was already prepared to enter the depths of the 4 extremes chaotic land. The place in front of him was the place where the purple steeds from the east, the flying firebirds from the south, the northern underworld vipers from the north, and the brutal blood wolves from the west collided most fiercely. The 4 kinds of power collided here, causing people and horses to be thrown off their feet. The giant beasts created by the 4 kinds of power fought here, turning into shocking power that spread in all directions or directly swept into the sky, forming huge pillars of air. Rumble. The sound of such explosions simply lingered in the ears. In the midst of this destructive collision, Long Chen protected himself and continued to go deeper. He allowed the giant beasts created by the power to shatter around him. His body was as unshakable as a mountain, resisting the huge power produced by the 4 kinds of power. Generally speaking, ordinary 3 extremes tribulation warriors would not come to this place at all. With their ability, they could not withstand the impact here at all. Apart from 3 extremes tribulation warriors, there was no need for people stronger than them to come here and awaken the 4 extreme celestial emperors. Therefore, it was actually rare to see people like Long Chen go as deep as he did. Here, it was like being in the middle of the sea, surrounded by raging waves. There were even more terrifying things than the raging waves. We can't reach here yet. The so-called 4 extreme celestial emperors still showed no signs of awakening. Among them, the torso was Grand Emperor Long Yang, the head was Young Emperor Dong Wan, the head of the primordial spirit was High Emperor Ju Yao, and the spirit of the primordial spirit was Ancestor Emperor Yuanqing. These were the 4 extreme celestial emperors. The 4 extreme celestial emperors were the god spirits in the body, which were said to exist in all living beings. There were also the 7-star ancient gods, which were the ancient star gods outside their bodies. They existed for thousands of years and were immortal. However, they would not descend into the mortal world. These were all things that had existed since ancient times and were full of mysteries. Do we still have to go deeper? If we can't, then forget it, the Li Xuanji said with some worry. Long Chen shook his head and said, "We're already here, we definitely can't give up." At this time, he might have already neared the center of the entire land of 4 extremes. Large numbers of giant beasts were fighting and colliding around him, causing the sky to be filled with the power of the 4 extremes. It was a mess, as though a whirlpool had formed. In the collision of this destructive power, Long Chen was swaying left and right. It even caused a certain amount of pressure on his body. However, for the sake of the divine boat Emperor Jun, to enter the battlefield of the gods, and to prove the truth of Long Qinglan's innocence, Long Chen endured it. He knew that there was definitely something wrong with the battlefield of the gods. There was a secret, but he just didn't know it yet. Advance. Advance. Just like that, he gritted his teeth and advanced silently. The raging waves around him were gradually ignored by him. What he saw in his eyes was power and a bright future. The storms around him were getting fiercer and fiercer, but he ignored them all. After an unknown period of time, he was already at the center of the entire land of four extremes. Suddenly, an ancient praying mat made of 4 colors appeared in front of him. It was placed quietly on the ground. Above it was the most violent power of the 4 extremes. This was the absolute center. If he passed this center, the power of the 4 extremes would start to decrease. Long Chen didn't say anything. He took a few steps forward and slowly sat down. He sat under the 4-colored praying mat. In that instant, he faced the most terrifying power of the 4 extremes. If it wasn't for his tyrannical body, he would have long been sent flying. Of course, he needed strong willpower. For a demon like Long Chen who dared to harm himself in the unending palace in order to find the Black Yama beast, this storm was nothing. When he sat on the 4-colored praying mat, he gradually felt that his body was finally starting to change. At the beginning, it was the transformation of his physical body. His physical body was mainly divided into 2 parts. One was the head, and other than the head everything else. The first was the transformation of his torso. Light. Countless rays of light surged out from every inch of his body. The vast emperor's might was displayed. Long Chen had seen this situation before on Li Xuanji. That was when she awakened the 4-symbol celestial emperor and tried to break through to the 4-symbol samsara realm. Today it was finally his turn. Chapter 22:31. Countless rays of light began to condense within his body, forming the image of a godly spirit within his internal organs. It was a godly spirit image made up of countless lines. It was a man wearing complicated clothing, and his entire body was bursting with masculine energy. His eyes were wide open as he glared angrily at the man in front of him. A majestic divine might descended. Next was the transformation of his head. Light flashed in his head, and another god appeared within him. This was a handsome man with hair standing on end. He held 2 swords in his hands and pointed them angrily at the sky. Colorful clouds danced around him. This was young Emperor Dong Luan. Next were the 2 gods stationed in the primordial spirit. The head of the primordial spirit was High Emperor Zhu Yao. The spirit of the primordial spirit was the ancestral emperor origin star. The 4 celestial emperors awakened at this moment. The tribulation of the 4 symbols. You have to guide the 4 celestial emperors and fuse them into one. This is a very complicated process. If anything goes wrong in the middle, the 4 celestial emperors will be enraged and destroy you. You cannot let your guard down. The mortality rate of the tribulation of the 4 symbols is very high. Within his body, the Yin demon power of Li Xuanji circulated. Understood. Long Chen had a rough idea of the steps and methods. In reality, before the tribulation of the 4 symbols, the head, torso, and primordial spirit were separated and controlled by the 4 celestial emperors. Hence, there was a slight difference in coordination. The transformation of the tribulation of the 4 symbols was to fuse the 4 celestial emperors into one and control everything within the body. In this way, there would be a huge increase in speed and connectivity. The 4 major parts would be completely fused into one. Of course, it was not the head, torso, and primordial spirit that had fused into one, but the god that controlled them. The 4 celestial emperors were also a mystery. No one knew what was going on. Perhaps it was just a form of power within the body, but now, it had a very strong mystical color. All warriors had to be careful when dealing with them. After passing the tribulation of the 4 symbols, the ancient blood spirit dragon and the void universe dragon would at least have a huge improvement in their coordination. Long Chen was already prepared. The 4 celestial emperors had already manifested. They all looked angry and disdainful. The path of cultivation is incomparably mysterious. There are mysteries everywhere. Who could possibly figure it all out? Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. What he had to do now was to fuse the 4 symbol celestial emperors together. First, he had to fuse the Grand Emperor Long Yang and young Emperor Dong Luan. Then he had to fuse the two primordial spirits. Finally, he had to fuse the corporeal body and primordial spirit into one body. From then on, he would enter the four symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. His corporeal body and primordial spirit would be completely fused and inseparable. Just as he was about to start, an accident occurred. The four symbols' heavenly emperors actually underwent changes at the same time. At this moment, the entire land of four poles of chaos was in turmoil. The powers from the north, south, east, and west continued to clash. In that instant, it was as though everything had come to a standstill. In the next moment, the Ziwei Imperial Qi, the Desolate Blood Qi, the Non-Liyang Qi, and the Northern Sea Cold Qi were no longer clashing. Instead, they surged towards Long Chen. This was almost equivalent to the tens of thousands of purple galloping steeds from the east charging into Long Chen's body. At the same time, the overwhelming firebirds from the south, the endless venomous snakes from the north, and the innumerable blood wolves from the west did the same. They were formed from power. They no longer fought or collided with each other. Instead, as though they had found an opening, they converged towards Long Chen's body. For a moment, Long Chen's body was almost crushed by the vast power of the earth veins that came from all directions of the dragon god domain. The purple steeds, firebirds, venomous snakes, and blood wolves charged into his body. They ran wildly through his blood vessels, bones, and muscles. They collided and tore at him, bringing him immense pain. If he wasn't proficient in Dream of the Origin, his body would probably have been torn to shreds. What's going on? Long Chen couldn't understand why the power of the four extremes would surge into his body at this moment. He wasn't the four extremes immortal, and the speed of his absorption was more than 1,000 times that of the four extremes immortal. In just a short moment, the power of the earth veins of the entire dragon god domain had already rushed towards Long Chen. Looks like I can only use space-time reversal to force the power out of this place. Long Chen thought of a solution. If he didn't do this, he would soon be crushed by the violent power of the earth veins. However, he soon found the culprit that caused this change. It was actually the four symbols celestial emperors. When large amounts of power converged on Long Chen's body, the four symbols celestial emperors suddenly moved. They actually started to absorb one of the powers of the four extremes that had entered Long Chen's body. Countless purple steeds were swallowed by the Grand Emperor's dragon sun. The Grand Emperor's dragon sun, which was originally shining brightly, gradually turned purple. Young Emperor Dongguan, on the other hand, swallowed the Heaven's Wilderness Blood Qi from the west, turning it dark red. High Emperor Zhu Yao, on the other hand, swallowed the South Liyang Qi from the south, turning it into the golden red rays of the blazing sun. Ancestral Emperor Origin Star, on the other hand, swallowed the North Dark Cold Qi from the north, turning it into a dark and sinister black. Long Chen's body, which was almost crushed by the power of the earth veins, was finally relieved. Although the powers of the four extremes were still rushing into his body, they were basically being swallowed by the four symbol celestial emperors, maintaining a balance that wouldn't harm his body. Even so, the boundless power outside continued to converge on his body. The entire land of four extremes of chaos was almost emptied. It was hard to imagine that the vast power had already entered his body and was being swallowed by the four symbol celestial emperors. However, if this continued, the four symbol celestial emperors would become more and more terrifying, and he could still control their fusion. Long Chen couldn't help but worry. In the short span of an hour, he could already feel that the entire land of four extremes of chaos had been emptied. It had become no different from an ordinary mountain range. Of course, there was still power rushing in from all four directions, but it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. In a few months, this place would probably not return to its original state. What were the four symbol celestial emperors trying to do after accumulating such a vast amount of power from the earth veins? Could he still control them now? He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It seemed that although he was terrifyingly talented, every time he went through a tribulation, it was a disaster. He might not have it any better than others. Now, the four symbol celestial emperors finally stopped swallowing. Inside his body, every image of a god was shining with a terrifying light. Their bodies were overflowing with colors, as if they had really come to life. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were standing proudly in the sky, looking down at the ant-like beings below. Each of their bodies had basically gathered destructive power. Long Chen strangely realized that they seemed to be looking at him coldly. Then, Grand Emperor Long Yang and Young Emperor Dongguan actually went towards each other. Without Long Chen's control, They actually started to fuse. The purple power and the dark red power fused together, becoming stronger and more majestic. On the primordial spirit side, the two celestial emperors also started to fuse, and the golden red and black merged into one. This fusion process was much faster than others. Then, the two fused bodies started to advance. They surpassed the limits of the primordial spirit and corporeal body, and they slowly fused together at the border of the two. They fused into a divine image with 4 colors. It was a terrifying divine image, and before Long Chen could see it clearly, this image turned into countless spots of light that scattered into Long Chen's body. The spots of light turned into vast power that fused with the power of reincarnation, forming a brand new power of the 4 symbols reincarnation. It was as if the surging power of the 4 extremes had once again transformed into Long Chen's body. It was just that this time, he didn't feel as if he was about to burst. The newly born power of the 4 symbols reincarnation was very docile, and it flowed freely in Long Chen's body. It formed and grew stronger, and it couldn't be stopped at all. Until it was as if all the power of the 4 extremes had once again appeared in his body, becoming his own power. The entire land of 4 extremes of chaos had been sucked dry, and it had now become his power of the 4 symbols reincarnation. This was very terrifying, and no one's 4 symbols reincarnation could achieve this. To Long Chen, the improvement this time was much greater than he had imagined. He just didn't understand what the 4 symbols celestial emperors were, and why such a change had occurred. It was precisely because of this that he didn't feel too safe obtaining such vast power out of nowhere. In his body, the power of the 4 symbols reincarnation condensed Ziwei Emperor Qi, Desolate Heaven Blood Qi, Non-Liyang Qi, and Northern Dark Cold Qi. Combined with the Taisha divine power, the power of the 4 symbols reincarnation was in charge of destruction, and the Taisha divine power was in charge of divine might. The combination of the two had already surpassed the divine power, and it might be able to compete with the higher-level divine power of all beings. This time, he had a much greater chance of getting the divine boat. Emperor Jun Long Chen took Li Xuanji and left as soon as possible. When Li Xuanji left his body, his current level of power was even greater than when he had fought City Lord Di Jun. With the addition of Li Xuanji's Yin demon power, it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight City Lord Di Jun at full strength. City Lord Di Jun was after all one of the strongest descendants of the primordial first god. To be honest, I also don't know what's going on, Li Xuanji said. She only knew that this place could awaken the 4 symbol celestial emperors, but she didn't expect such a change to happen. Fortunately, the ending was good, Long Chen said with a faint smile. He asked Li Xuanji about the situation when she went through the 4 symbols tribulation. She guided the 4 symbol celestial emperors to fuse, and then the 4 symbol celestial emperors disappeared. This was the normal process, but Long Chen's 4 symbol celestial emperors absorbed the power by themselves, fused by themselves, and disappeared by themselves. Now Long Chen indeed had an incomparably close connection with his body, and even his primordial spirit and physical body had become one. The two kinds of power were more integrated, and this was the divine power that only a martial artist of the 4 symbols reincarnation could have. This kind of thing, even if he wanted to study it, there was no way, and he didn't have the time. Let's go and get the divine boat. Emperor Jun. Chapter 2232. Di Jun Divine City. Mount Di Jun pierced through the starry sky. It was boundlessly tall, and a large portion of it was covered by layers of clouds. It was as though it was made of steel, and the might of a great emperor suppressed the world. Since ancient times, Di Jun Divine City had been passed down for millions of years, worshipping the number 1 god of the ancient times. Di Jun was the number 1 expert of the human race after the Divine Dragon era. His attainments were close to many of the ultimate divine dragons of the Divine Dragon era. He led the human race and suppressed the 4 directions. Even today, Di Jun Divine City was still the leader of the 72 ancient cities of the world. Today was the day of the Di Jun Genius Battle that was held once every 10 years. Almost every cultivator in the inner city below the age of 4,000 had to participate in the battle to test the results of their 10 years of training. To every young cultivator, this was an extremely important opportunity to display their skills. For the arrival of this day, they had been rubbing their palms and preparing for a very long time. In every genius battle, there would be people who rose and people who fell. Those who rose would have a bright future, while those who fell would never have the chance to rise again in their entire lives. What made all the young cultivators even more excited was that City Lord Dijun would personally oversee the battle to test their cultivation success. If there was someone who could gain the favor of City Lord Dijun, that person's future would definitely be bright. Of course, this time's Dijun Genius battle was a little unexpected because they had already seen City Lord Dijun a few days ago. It was just that the distance was a little far. On that day, City Lord Dijun fought against Long Chen and obtained a complete victory. For a moment, he became the pride of all the cultivators in Dijun Divine City. Of course, Long Chen dared to fight against City Lord Dijun at such a young age. That was also a kind of glory. This time, I must perform well and let those who look down on me look at me in a different light. I must let the elders see my hard work and potential. I don't need the City Lord to appreciate me. As long as a young City Lord thinks highly of me, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. The young cultivators clenched their fists and stepped onto the battlefield that belonged to them and started fighting. With their power of reincarnation, they were the absolute rulers of the draconic sacrificial continent. It was only in a place like the Emperor Jun Divine City that they appeared insignificant. City Lord Dijun sat on the highest throne, surrounded by the higher-ups of Dijun Divine City. But today, there were some old friends. They were Tai City Lord, Ziwei City Lord, Yuanshi City Lord, Randang City Lord, and other City Lords of the Central Region. Of course, Ziwei City Lord came from the east. A total of 6 or 7 City Lords sat beside City Lord Dijun, watching the Dijun Genius battle. Their performances are all outstanding. The younger generations of the Emperor Jun Divine City are indeed full of geniuses. Each of them is more hardworking than the other. Brother Di Yao, you don't have to worry about anything. The Tai City Lord stroked his long beard and nodded with emotion. He had once fought against a sacred spirit, and his strength was at the early stage of the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm. Back in the battlefield of gods, it was in his Tai Imperial Bell that Long Chen killed Diyu. To be honest, Long Chen was worlds apart from him at that time. There was no smile on City Lord Dijun's face. He shook his head helplessly and said, "If Diyu was here, I don't know what realm he would have reached today." This was the greatest sorrow in his heart. Even the Eternal Dragon Emperor had agreed to take Diyu as his disciple. Unfortunately, he had died young. If he had not died, even if he was not as good as Long Chen, Diyu would not have been any worse. The Tai City Lord also sighed, feeling very helpless. Diyu had died in front of him. Now that Long Chen has shown his heaven-defying talent, it is said that he could fight against Brother Di Yao a few days ago, and in the blink of an eye, he has surpassed me. This kid is sinister and vicious. If I let him become an expert, I'm afraid I won't be able to avenge Diyu. If I had hardened my heart and killed him, this would not have happened. The Tai City Lord shook his head helplessly. Don't say such things in the future, or you will get yourself killed. Now that his reputation is like the sun in the sky, I'm afraid he will catch up to me in less than a year. How can we fight against him? But he has a lot of enemies, so let's just wait and see. When City Lord Dijun said this, the competition below had already reached the climax. 7 or 8 youths had already fought their way into the top 8 and obtained a lot of rewards. Next, they would fight for the top 3 and obtain even more benefits, and even City Lord Dijun would personally reward them. In order to speak to City Lord Dijun personally, the youths were even willing to give up their lives. He was the #1 person in the Dragon God realm other than the 5 great dragon cities. At this time, Long Chen came to the divine city of Dijun and stood above everyone. Li Xuanji, this beauty, was like a ghost, following him like a shadow. Of course, even if she was a ghost, she was still a beautiful ghost. After he reached the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm, he went through a short period of recuperation before rushing to the divine city of Dijun. Of course, he didn't know that the Dijun Genius battle was being held here. Because of his arrival, the Dijun Genius battle had already been interrupted. The moment they saw him, the faces of everyone in the divine city of Dijun instantly darkened. One by one, they stood up from their seats. The faces of the few city lords also changed from cheerful and witty chatting to gloomy and cold. They were all top-notch divine cities, and they were all in groups. The arrival of Long Chen made the place fall into a dead silence. To every young martial artist in the divine city of Dijun, Long Chen was a terrifying monster in their eyes. They had long stopped treating Long Chen as someone of the same generation. After all, when they were still trying their best to get City Lord Dijun to look at them, Long Chen was already fighting on equal grounds with City Lord Dijun, that's the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. It's that Long Chen. What is he doing here again? Didn't he lose to our City Lord last time? Could it be that he is looking for a beating again? I heard that City Lord went easy on him in the previous battle. The young martial artists had no choice but to stop their battle. They stared blankly at the sky. Almost everyone's gaze was focused on Long Chen. Long Chen didn't panic. He looked directly at City Lord Dijun and said, "City Lord, I came back this time to borrow the divine boat of Dijun. When I return from the battlefield of gods, I will definitely return the divine boat of Dijun to you. I hope City Lord can fulfill my wish." Dijun Divine City sized him up from head to toe. Of course, he could feel that Long Chen was different from before. He was stronger and more terrifying. Previously, he said that Long Chen would surpass him within a year. Now, only a few days had passed. No matter how rich his imagination was, he wouldn't be able to guess that Long Chen would awaken the 4 symbol celestial emperors within a few days and enter the next level, causing his strength to skyrocket. Hence, he said, according to the previous agreement, didn't I say that when you can defeat me, you can take the divine boat of Dijun? If you use any other methods, such as begging or exchanging, it's impossible. I won't agree to it. The hundreds of thousands of people in Dijun Divine City won't agree to it either. He said resolutely and coldly. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Unexpectedly he said, "That's right. This time, I came back to finish the battle with you." Dijun Divine City held the armrest of his throne with both hands. With a light pinch, he turned it into powder. He stood up. Under the strong wind, his white hair and beard fluttered in the wind. "Now," City Lord Dijun asked, enunciating each word. Hearing this, the people below were extremely nervous. Their hearts were thumping, as if they were facing City Lord Dijun. To be honest, they actually had a hint of fanatical worship for Long Chen in their hearts. After Long Chen said this, he flew back and headed towards the clouds in the distance. That was the place where the last battle had taken place. Even now, there were still many traces of that battle, until he became a small dot in the eyes of the crowd. The other city lords also stood up. What the hell is this kid doing? Could it be that he has some scheme or found a new primordial Dao artifact? City Lord Yuanshur asked doubtfully. No, he has 2 primordial Dao artifacts with 700 Dao patterns. As for schemes, he is not that kind of person. Dijun Divine City said indifferently. Brother Di Yao, are you going to fight him again? City Lord Randang asked. City Lord Dijun nodded and said, "This time, I'll make him retreat in the face of difficulties. Otherwise, he'll come looking for me every few days. I'm not his sparring partner, so how would I have so much time?" After saying this, he flew like a god and headed in the direction of Long Chen. City Lord Dijun's action made the crowd extremely excited. It was another battle. They could see that City Lord Dijun was already very angry. This time, he would definitely beat Long Chen to the ground. In the blink of an eye, City Lord Dijun was already standing in front of Long Chen in the wind and clouds. Another confrontation. In front of him was a real peak challenge, a warrior with a demigod body. It was Long Chen's real sprint and challenge to this level. If there was no Li Xuanji, even the current him was not sure that he could defeat him. At most it would be a draw. With Li Xuanji's help, he had the confidence to take away Dijun's divine boat. At this juncture, Li Xuanji had already turned into a Yin demon behind him and merged into his body. The 4 symbols reincarnation power, Taisher divine power, and Yin demon power combined to fight against City Lord Dijun's divine power of all beings. Buzz! Under the fluctuations of power, the surroundings seemed to shake. The wind was blowing, and clothes were fluttering. This peak confrontation attracted everyone's attention, especially when several city lords had come nearby. Miracle, a miracle. City Lord Tai felt the most. Because just a few years ago, Long Chen could not move in his Tai Emperor Bell. Now, his aura was simply crushing him. His eyes were filled with deep shock. This time, City Lord Dijun would not only use the power of the sun. He used the sun god technique and turned into a body made of fire crystal sand. With a wave of his hand, the divine sword Ruashi appeared beside him. The beautiful Dao spirit accompanied him at all times, protecting him and becoming his strength. At this moment, countless transparent lights gathered in City Lord Dijun's left hand, turning into thousands of transparent beads the size of a grain of rice. The beads formed together and rolled into a transparent disk. The power of space erupted. "That's the Xueqi wheel," one of the city lords said in shock. Chapter 22:33. Sure enough, it was another Dao item with 700 Dao patterns, the Xueqi wheel. It was a roulette made up of tens of thousands of crystal balls. They gathered together and rotated around the center. Each crystal ball was a vast world. Within it, there was wind, rain, thunder, lightning, mountains, rivers, and trees. There were even giant beasts roaring, snakes slithering, mosquitoes dancing, and birds soaring into the sky. City Lord Di Jun held the Xueqi wheel as if he held the entire world in his hand. Divine Sword Ruashi's flames soared to the sky, and the spatial divine item, the Xueqi wheel. City Lord Di Jun was almost invincible among those in the same realm, second only to Yang Yu and Xueqi, who had late-stage demigod bodies. Two kinds of might descended. Seeing this scene, almost all the cultivators in Di Jun Divine City cheered, cheering for City Lord Di Jun once again. In reality, many people didn't know what was the meaning of fighting again after a few days of fighting. But the city lords knew the meaning of this battle. If City Lord Di Jun was defeated, it meant that Long Chen was equivalent to a peak expert with a demigod body. It meant that there were few in the world who could suppress him, and that he was invincible in one of the 5 great dragon cities. At that time, no one would look at him from the perspective of a young man, because he was no longer a genius, but a supreme expert. Whoosh whoosh. Seeing the battle begin, everyone took a deep breath. For Long Chen, this was of course, a very important challenge. The last time was considered a defeat, and this time was his hope of turning things around. He had absorbed the imperial qi of Zi Wei, the desolate heaven blood qi, and other power of the earth veins. Now, under the suppression of the divine power of all beings, he basically did not feel any pressure. City Lord Di Jun held Ruashi in his right hand and the Xueqi wheel in his left. With a light shout, he rushed forward. Using 2 Dao items, he immediately displayed a divine might that was difficult to resist. The flames of battle burned. Rumble. Just as the two of them clashed, the heavens and earth began to tremble. Wherever divine sword Ruashi went, heavenly fire blazed. Countless flaming sword lights shot out from the heavens, forming a beautiful diagram. Every single one of those beautiful flame diagrams contained a peerless killing intent. Long Chen shuttled through the sword light, holding the dragon imprisoning bow that could fight against the other party. Long Chen used the Emperor Dragon Arrow, and with his current strength, he could release the power of the dragon imprisoning bow. The 2 dragons moved, and an arrow shot into the sky, breaking through countless sword light, and shot towards City Lord Di Jun. Bang bang. The Darkness Emperor Dragon destroyed the flaming sword light patterns one by one. Seeing that the Emperor Dragon arrow was about to pierce through him, City Lord Di Jun immediately smiled. He casually walked and his body disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was somewhere else, causing the Emperor Dragon arrow to miss. Sure enough, it was the spatial ability, Cosmos Blink. In a flash, he appeared behind Long Chen. With a casual swing of his sword, a towering sword light that spanned tens of thousands of meters shot out, condensing into a huge flaming bird that rushed towards Long Chen. Because of the Cosmos Blink, his speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the flaming bird was about to swallow Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen did not panic, and did not even look back. Suddenly, a blue-haired youth rushed out from behind him, blocking his back. It was a youth with blue hair and blue eyes. He looked neither male nor female. He was the combination of Long Chen and Li Xuanji, so he did not even have a gender. However, because he was condensed from the purest 5 elements, he had the pure power of water, the heavenly Tao of water. The moment he appeared, his hands rolled, and heaven and earth were under his control. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters was submerged by the waves. The raging waves, under the influence of Long Chen's water identity, bombarded and extinguished the flaming bird in an instant. The vast waves were still surrounding City Lord Di Jun, pressing towards him. However, City Lord Di Jun's cultivation was higher. After a few consecutive attacks, the seawater in front of him was shattered and burned completely. Of course, Long Chen would not rely too much on the power of these 5 identities. In the blink of an eye, the water clone returned to his body, and the Emperor Dragon arrow in his hand was already in front of City Lord Di Jun. This time, it was even more ferocious. Too slow. City Lord Di Jun sneered. With the speed of his heaven and earth blink, although Long Chen's Emperor Dragon Arrow was extremely fast, and could travel tens of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, it would not be easy for it to hit him. Until now, he still had not displayed the power of the limitless wheel. After the heaven and earth blink, he suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen, and the limitless wheel in his hand flipped. What was unexpected was that the moment the limitless wheel flipped in his hand, the surrounding space actually flipped as well. Simply put, it was an instant reversal of everything. Heaven and earth reversal. That was the name of the mystique. Because it was in the air, when the heaven and earth reversal suddenly happened, only Long Chen accompanied the entire space to flip. Because he was not prepared for a moment, his feet were in the sky, and his head was on the ground. Such a change did not matter much to him. It was just that he was not used to it for a moment. However, City Lord Di Jun took advantage of his discomfort to summon the Emperor Imperial Dragon again, and charged towards him. This move again. Although only a few days had passed, Long Chen was no longer the same as before. His whole body was covered with blood-colored dragon scales that flickered with light. After the Emperor Imperial Dragons appeared, countless blood-weeping dragon souls rushed out. There were millions of them. For a moment, everyone's vision was filled with blood-colored dragons. The mighty Emperor Imperial Dragons were directly engulfed by Long Chen's blood-weeping dragon souls. Boom! Under the continuous explosions, City Lord Di Jun retreated rapidly. This time, he truly experienced that Long Chen's combat power was much stronger than before. Even if he used his spatial mystique, it was difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Hua! This time, the scene of the battle was so grand that countless onlookers were in an uproar. The various city lords who were watching the battle were even more nervous. Until now, City Lord Di Jun had not gained the upper hand. Could it be that Long Chen was really so terrifying? The anxiety and public opinion were naturally because City Lord Di Jun was burning with anger. It was not that he did not want to kill Long Chen, he just did not dare to. However, when he displayed all his techniques and still could not do anything to Long Chen, the killing intent in his heart gradually rose. In a situation where the two of them were equal in strength, if one wanted to defeat the other, one had to have the heart to kill the other. At that moment, a blazing pillar of fire appeared behind City Lord Di Jun, illuminating the world. The endless fire pillars condensed into a terrifying emperor. It was the #1 god in the ancient times, Di Jun. He sat on the throne, proudly standing at the peak, and the whole world bowed down to him. Long Chen had seen such an image in the spiritual world of Di Jun's statue, and now it appeared in front of him. Like the arrival of the emperor, the sword devours the divine space. At this moment, Di Jun seemed to have been possessed by a god. His eyes shone brightly, illuminating the world. The divine sword in his hand pierced out, and the sharp sword light was aimed at Long Chen. The so-called sword devouring the divine space was a spatial divine ability. With Ruashi's divine sword with 700 Dao patterns, the power was even more terrifying. That seemingly ordinary sword pierced through, but the world seemed to have been imprisoned. The entire space was frozen, condensed, and could not move. In Long Chen's eyes, that divine sword suddenly expanded to a length of tens of thousands of meters. It cut through the sky like a huge mouth, and everywhere it went, the space and the universe were all devoured. Large pieces of space collapsed, and Long Chen was trapped in the collapsed space. The divine sword that was thousands of miles long turned into a huge mouth, tearing the world apart and devouring. Everywhere it went, everything collapsed and shattered. Long Chen was like a dragon in shallow water. He lost his space and could not move at all. He could be killed by that divine sword at any time. This was the power of the sword devouring the divine space. City Lord Di Jun's sword came with the intention of killing Long Chen. My divine might is invincible since ancient times. How dare you disturb my divine might? Hurry up and die to atone for your sins. In the sky, the divine voice was vast and deafening. Countless martial artists were trembling in fear as they watched the sword devouring the divine space and finally devouring Long Chen. You want to kill me? Long Chen could truly feel the killing intent in his bones. However, just by relying on this sword devouring God's space and its mighty momentum, would it be able to kill the current him? One must know that he had yet to reveal his true strength in this battle. No one knew how strong he was at this moment. He opened his arms as though he was swimming in the river of time. The cultivation in the sea of time was still vivid in his mind. Now, he was in the entire sea of time, fighting against the wind and waves. He only saw the time around him. As for the shattering and collapse of space, it had nothing to do with him. He is going to be defeated. Unable to resist, he actually closed his eyes and died. Everyone was puzzled. Even the experts at the City Lord level didn't know what Long Chen was doing. Was he really going to be defeated like this? He didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. This wasn't Long Chen's style. As expected, the power of time rioted. It wasn't the storm of time, but the reversal of space-time. The power of the reversal of space-time was not time and space but time. Long Chen was really using the power of time to fight against the power of space. That was the power of the reversal of time. It was like Long Chen's tentacles. In the blink of an eye, he completely controlled the time in the surrounding space. It was like he controlled an ocean of time and then reversed it. Then, everyone was shocked to see. The divine sword was actually retreating. The shattered space was actually condensing. The space that Ruoshi's sword devoured retreated. Long Chen stood where he was and easily broke the sword, devouring the divine space of City Lord Dijun, dissolving everything with the reversal of time. Shocking. Admirable. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but cheer for Long Chen. Only City Lord Dijun looked gloomy. He had truly used his peak strength for this move. If it was the previous time, Long Chen would definitely not have been able to block it. But this time, he had actually blocked it and perfectly resolved his strongest killing move. This meant that he was already on par with him, or even more outstanding. City Lord Dijun had placed his only hope on the Wuji roulette. It was the final key to his victory. There were only 5 left. Day and night were reversed. He woke up early and slept late, just for a promise. He hoped that he would write painstakingly and diligently, and that they could read happily and happily. Then, everyone would be happy. His effort was to write, and his brother's passion and love were his gains. Because of this, there were still things that he owed, and they would eventually appear. Chapter 22-34. The reversal of time did not just resolve the sword-devouring god space. For many young martial artists, it was even more shocking and exciting. When everything was broken and destroyed, it actually began to reform. The reversal of time was clearly displayed in front of them. How could they not be shocked? This was a wonderful confrontation between time and space. Under such circumstances, City Lord Dijun suffered a great irony and even a humiliation. He also deeply realized that Long Chen's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation in just a few days. It had only been a few days. All the martial artists could see it. A few days ago, Long Chen could not do anything to City Lord Dijun. His reversal of time and space would not have shown such power. But now he did it. In fact, it was very easy. From this peak confrontation until now, Long Chen had been very relaxed. Therefore, this had already forced City Lord Dijun to a crazier path. He cared about his reputation. After all, he was one of the most powerful experts of the older generation. At the same time, he did not believe that he would be able to surpass Long Chen in just a few days. This irony was too great for him. He looked calm, but in fact, even his breathing had become heavy. At this moment, when Long Chen broke out of the sword-devouring god space, he instantly put away the divine sword Ruoshi in his hand and held the infinite roulette in his hand with both hands. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire world was the infinite roulette. Under his control, it showed unprecedented trembling. The entire Mount Emperor June was trembling and rioting. The space within a radius of hundreds of miles was under the control of City Lord Dijun. It was constantly rioting and trembling. Under such control, others did not know how Long Chen was doing, but at least everyone on Mount Emperor June had already experienced great pressure. They were almost suffocating and their faces were pale. Under the vibration and compression of the space, they were almost injured. Of course, they knew that this was the key to City Lord Dijun's victory. They knew that he wanted to win. Therefore, they were willing to endure such a disaster. When such a vast space was under the control of City Lord Dijun, Long Chen was naturally the first to bear the brunt because he was the center of all the controlled areas. If you can break this move, you can take the Dijun divine arc away. City Lord Dijun floated diagonally above him, his eyes bursting with light. The world tree on his body revealed itself slightly. Countless divine powers of all living beings flowed from the millions of divine palaces to his hands, and he was holding the Wuji roulette. At this moment, all the points on the Wuji roulette were rotating around a center, and they were rotating at an extremely high speed. It looked like countless worlds were rotating at the same time. The reason why City Lord Dijun was so confident was obviously because what he was controlling now might be more effective than the sword-devouring god's space. Buzz! At that moment, his eyes widened, and the world tree lit up. Limitless universe, supreme limitless realm. Every time City Lord Dijun spat out a word, the space within a radius of hundreds of miles would tremble once and collapse once. Everyone on Mount Dijun would exclaim once, and Long Chen would be locked tightly by an extremely tyrannical space-freezing force. At this moment, the Wuji roulette in City Lord Dijun's hands suddenly enlarged, and the countless crystal balls on it also enlarged, becoming bigger and bigger. Then, like a cannonball, tens of thousands of crystal balls shot towards Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the first crystal ball had a diameter of more than 10 meters, and the huge world inside was clearly revealed. The crystal ball was flowing with ancient space runes, and when it approached Long Chen, it opened up like a huge mouth and swallowed Long Chen, including the world inside the crystal ball. Then it squeezed. Of course, this was just the beginning. There were tens of thousands of crystal balls on the Wuji roulette. When the first crystal ball engulfed Long Chen, the second crystal ball quickly engulfed the first crystal ball, and then the third crystal ball caught up and engulfed the second crystal ball. In such a cycle, the level of the space outside Long Chen's body became higher and higher, until the last crystal ball engulfed the previous crystal ball. After that, Long Chen's body had been firmly imprisoned by tens of thousands of worlds. Tens of thousands of layers of space. This was the Wuji roulette, the power of the supreme limitless realm. Endless worlds, one by one, imprisoned Long Chen in the deepest part. The reason why City Lord Dijun was so tyrannical, in fact to a large extent, was because of the Wuji roulette and the supreme limitless realm. At least among those at the same level, no one could break his supreme limitless realm. This was also the reason why he was unparalleled in the world. Hua! Looking at the huge crystal ball in the air, it seemed that there were endless worlds combined together. Through the countless worlds, one could see that Long Chen had become incomparably small. The supreme limitless realm was successfully unleashed. City Lord Dijun's eyes were cold, but there was already a gleam of excitement and satisfaction in them. To be able to unleash it to this extent, it was basically enough. There was no way for Long Chen to make a comeback. You've lost. As long as I condense the supreme limitless realm into the Wuji roulette again, you will be crushed into minced meat, turned into powder, and disappeared for eternity. City Lord Dijun's godlike voice reverberated in countless worlds. Hearing this, everyone in the Dijun Divine City cheered. Of course, they were also in awe of Long Chen, but for the sake of the Dijun Divine City's reputation, they still hoped that City Lord Dijun could defeat his opponent. The other city lords also heaved a sigh of relief. If Long Chen won today, then from then on, no one would be able to suppress him. In the entire dragon sacrificial world, the strongest expert had yet to become a deity, but Long Chen had defeated a martial artist with a demigod body. Didn't that mean that he was only a step away from the peak of the entire world? That was too terrifying. He wasn't even 1,000 years old. Therefore, the crowd started to clamor. Long Chen could hear these voices. City Lord Dijun controlled the supreme limitless realm, and he was the master of this place. Under his control, Long Chen couldn't move at all. And now, the innermost world was under City Lord Dijun's control, and it was already squeezing towards Long Chen. Tens of thousands of worlds were squeezing. If Long Chen really couldn't resist, or didn't admit defeat, and if City Lord Dijun went crazy and wanted to kill him, then Long Chen might be squeezed into pieces. City Lord Dijun was also a very capable person, at least in the supreme limitless realm. In this world, those who could cultivate to a demigod body were absolutely heaven-defying geniuses. They weren't simple characters, and all of them had a terrifying cultivation history. City Lord Dijun was also such a person. But Long Chen was just a little more heaven-defying than them. Therefore, when everyone wanted him to admit defeat, he knew that the real challenge had come. Today was a symbol of him stepping into the ranks of the top experts, and to him, it was epic-making. So how should he celebrate his ascension to this level? Dragon-enslaved bow. Dragon-enslaved arrow. The combination of two 700 Dao patterns Dao tools. These two Dao tools were precious because they could be combined. For example, City Lord Di Jun's celestial sword Ruashi and the Wuji roulette couldn't be used together. But the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow were a perfect pair. Their combination could display terrifying power, just like how Long Chen shot the Black Yama beast to death in the Eternal Dragon City. That day, he used his true strength and willpower to pull the dragon-enslaved bow and shoot the dragon-enslaved arrow. Now that he had advanced to the next level and had Li Xuanji's help, 2 Dao artifacts with 700 Dao patterns were no longer a problem. Back then, Long Qinglan had used these 2 Dao weapons to kill an expert with a demigod body. And now, the 2 golden dragon-enslaved flames coiled around Long Chen and let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the entire supreme limitless realm to tremble. This was a terrifying confrontation between 700 Dao tools. 2 against 1. When the 2 divine dragons turned into golden arrows in Long Chen's hands, even City Lord Di Jun narrowed his eyes. Supreme limitless realm, mortal fate returns to 1. His hands seemed to be holding a ball, pressing towards the center. At that moment, the entire supreme limitless realm was squeezing towards the center. The speed was so fast that even a huge beast would be flattened. What made everyone feel suffocated was that Long Chen turned a deaf ear to all of this. His powerful physical body and immense power blocked the pressure. His space-time reversal could forcefully push the pressure away. During this process, he placed the dragon-enslaved arrow perfectly on the dragon-enslaved bow, and then aimed at City Lord Di Jun, who was far away. The golden dragon-enslaved arrow was flashing with supreme killing intent. That was the final trace left behind by the 2 supreme divine dragons in this world. The enslaved dragons symbolized love, imprisoning each other. At that moment, Long Chen still had to expend all of his strength to pull the dragon-enslaved bow to its limit. When the supreme limitless realm was squeezing the world, he released it without hesitation. Buzz! The moment the dragon-enslaved arrow left the dragon-enslaved bow, the entire supreme limitless realm was shaking. Everyone's heart was trembling. They seemed to have seen the birth of another legend. The shock caused by this scene was even more shocking than when Long Qinglan killed the expert with the body of a demigod. The ordinary-looking golden divine arrow tore apart the first layer of the world, then the second layer, and the third layer. It penetrated outwards at a terrifying speed, layer after layer. The continuous explosions caused the supreme everlasting realm to be like a deflated balloon. It trembled violently and actually lost its previous majestic aura. Break! Long Chen spat out a word softly. The might of the dragon-enslaved arrow was as fast as lightning, sweeping up countless gales and smashing worlds. Tens of thousands of worlds collapsed, exploded, and shattered. When the dragon-enslaved arrow penetrated the last layer of the supreme limitless realm and came out, everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at this scene. They watched as the dragon-enslaved arrow pierced into City Lord Di Jun's shoulder and instantly turned into a golden steel net, trapping City Lord Di Jun completely. This was called a reversal of victory. After watching the German team's match yesterday, it was a 4 o'clock instant victory. Chapter 22:35. The 2 imprisoned dragons had mastered the 2 rules of explosion and binding, respectively. The dragon imprisonment bow was actually the explosive imprisoned dragon, which was also the one who caused the disaster in the legends. The dragon imprisonment arrow was the binding imprisoned dragon. When they worked together, they could use the 2 rules of explosion or binding. If Long Chen wanted to kill City Lord Di Jun, he could have used the explosion rule just now, but of course, he would not kill City Lord Di Jun. He was only here to borrow something. However, the binding book belonged to the rules of the dragon imprisonment arrow. When this binding rule was used, the dragon imprisonment arrow even extended countless steel, directly locking City Lord Di Jun's world tree, rule heart, and divine palace. It also locked the resistance of his physical body. Now that City Lord Di Jun was bound by Long Chen, he was like a fish on the chopping block. The 700 Dao pattern Dao tool was firmly locked on him. The shocking scene caused by their battle finally stopped at this time. Everything became quiet. City Lord Di Jun deeply felt the horror of the dragon imprisonment arrow. Not only was he imprisoned, but he was also not allowed to resist. Otherwise, the dragon imprisonment arrow could easily tear him apart. This was victory. Long Chen broke out of the myriad worlds and stood about 100 meters in front of City Lord Di Jun. Now that he had destroyed all the threats, he was unharmed. Compared to him, City Lord Di Jun was simply a synonym for embarrassment. Such a scene was still fixed in everyone's mind at this moment, causing their minds to go blank except for this scene. They held their breath and could hardly believe their eyes. They could not believe that Long Chen had actually completed a reversal under the absolute situation of defeat. In the end, he had actually captured City Lord Di Jun alive. This was even more shocking than directly killing him. Everyone waited for a long time, only to see City Lord Di Jun's expression was filled with grief and indignation. His body was trembling with anger, but he did not seem to break free from the restraints of Long Chen's dragon imprisonment arrow. The most ominous premonition appeared in their hearts. City Lord Di Jun was not only defeated, but also captured alive. For a moment, this reality was like a hammer hitting everyone's head. Why hasn't he broken free yet? Is his bow really that terrifying? Just now, City Lord used the limitless roulette and the supreme everlasting realm. Everyone couldn't help but discuss in low voices. When the entire Di Jun Divine City saw this scene, they found it hard to accept. In their eyes, the unparalleled emperor had been defeated at their own doorstep, and by a young man at that. For a moment, no one dared to speak loudly. However, the way they stared at Long Chen changed once again. In the past, many of them had looked down on Long Chen, claiming that they would avenge Du. But now, Long Chen had become a godlike existence in their hearts. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He kept the dragon-imprisoned arrow from the other party and returned it to City Lord Di Jun naturally. The other party's face was extremely gloomy, but he was a martial arts senior after all, and he cared about his face. Long Chen cupped his hands and said, "City Lord, thank you for letting me win." City Lord Di Jun was obviously caught in an emotional deadlock, and his face became gloomier and gloomier as he looked at Long Chen. On his Mount Di Jun, there were countless people discussing him. In fact, he was already mentally prepared to be defeated, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Since young, he had been defeated before, but this was the most humiliating defeat he had ever suffered. Long Chen was waiting for his divine boat Di Jun. "This time, I came purely to borrow the divine boat Di Jun to head to the battlefield of the gods once, and to investigate some things about my father. I hope City Lord can grant my request." After all, he was taking someone else's things, and even if he won, he should be polite. At this moment, there was silence. City Lord Di Jun suddenly looked behind Long Chen, and said, "Di Shang, give the divine boat Di Jun to him." After saying this, he disappeared. Di Shang was one of his sons, and he was Di Yu's father. A few months ago, Long Chen had a battle with Di Shang, and at that time, he defeated the martial artist of the 6 paths of reincarnation, shocking the world. Who would have thought that half a year later, Long Chen would kill City Lord Di Jun, who had the body of a demigod? It was terrifying. After City Lord Di Jun left, the middle-aged man called Di Shang came up. He had once fought with Long Chen, and it made him despair. Today's result made him even more conflicted. "This is the divine boat Di Jun." He placed a golden ball in Long Chen's hand, and turned to leave. His eyes were of course cold. Long Chen wanted to stop him and apologize for the matter with Du. After all, he was a father. But after thinking about it, he gave up. This was fate, and an apology would be useless. Instead, it would make the other think that he was humiliating him, and it would make him look hypocritical. After City Lord Di Jun left, the surroundings became even more silent. The city lords looked at Long Chen in a daze, especially the Tai City Lord. He had come into contact with Long Chen in the battlefield of the gods, but after that day, he never thought that he would have a confrontation with Long Chen like this. Long Chen put away the divine boat Di Jun in his hand, then looked at the Tai City Lord and said, "I remember you. It seems that back in the battlefield of the gods, when you fought with the divine spirit, I killed Du in your Tai Royal Bell, right?" The Tai City Lord's face darkened, and he was a little afraid. He nodded and said firmly, "That's right." "Do you think I've fulfilled my vow?" Long Chen suddenly asked. "What?" The Tai City Lord was dumbfounded. "At that time, I said that I would come back. Now I'm back. I killed someone who deserved to be killed, but who can judge me now?" Of course, this was only for the Tai City Lord. It was also to give an explanation to himself. At that time, he swore that he would return one day so that no one would be able to underestimate him. And today, he did it, especially after defeating City Lord Di Jun. From today onwards, his name would definitely shake the world and shock the 4 seas. In the world, it was like a second eternal dragon emperor was slowly being born, rising like a superstar. Under the dazed gaze of the Tai city lord and the gazes of admiration and awe from the people of Mount Dijun, Long Chen turned into a ray of light and disappeared from their sight. The people who remained could not calm their hearts for a long time. This is already his time. This was what almost everyone thought at the same time. Of course, the most important thing to Long Chen right now was the battlefield of the gods, the shocking secrets hidden in the long river of history, the promise he made to his father, and the real attack he launched in order to fulfill his father's final wish. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. It was dark inside the quiet hall, and stars were rotating outside the window. It was obvious that this vast hall was very high up in the sky. This was the highest peak of Mount Dijun, the Dijun Temple. Here, the statue and position of the primeval god Dijun were enshrined. I, the god Dijun, illuminate the world, rule the world, and be invincible. In the divine hall, a white-haired cultivator in silver-white dragon robes knelt on the ground and kowtowed deeply. He kowtowed 999 times in total. Only then did he raise his head and look at the divine tablet before him. His eyes were filled with devotion. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from behind. "Didn't I say that no one can come in?" The white-haired warrior said coldly. "Diao, long time no see." A strange voice came from behind. It was a little feminine. City Lord Dijun looked back and saw a middle-aged man with black hair and black eyes. He wore a black robe and only his pale face was exposed. He had a pair of unforgettable eyes. Even with City Lord Dijun's state of mind, his body could not help but tremble when he saw this person. He even could not help but take a step back. It showed how nervous he was at this moment. But he was also an expert who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, so he quickly suppressed his nervousness. He took a deep breath and said, "Chen Ting, do you believe that I will report your whereabouts to the Dragon Emperor now? You won't. Or, even if you will, when those old guys come here, I will be long gone and you will be dead." The man shrouded in the black robe laughed lightly. "You are threatening me." City Lord Dijun's voice was gloomy, and his eyes revealed a fierce light. Chen Ting shook his head and said, "I won't. I sincerely want to cooperate with you." Cooperation. City Lord Dijun's eyes turned. He naturally knew that Chen Ting would not come without a reason. Chen Ting definitely needed his help, or in other words, used him. He sneered and said, "There is no need to cooperate. I don't even know who you are. Are you Chen Ting, or that octopus-like monster?" The Black Hell Emperor seemed to have guessed that he would ask this. He smiled and said, "Of course I am Chen Ting, but I am not the previous one. I am a new me, a metamorphosis, a better me." City Lord Dijun was silent for a moment. The other party's eyes were full of temptation, and his answer was also ambiguous. But he still could not help but ask, "What do you want me to do?" Chen Ting knew that he would ask him, because City Lord Dijun had this need. He smiled and said, "It's very simple. First, we have to establish a cooperative relationship. You can rest assured that I am saving you by giving you a chance to be reborn and metamorphose. If you can cherish it, you will have endless benefits in the future." "Why should I believe you?" City Lord Dijun asked. The Black Hell Emperor laughed out loud and said, "Well, actually, I have no intention of convincing you. That would be too strenuous. You might as well wait and see. Anyway, in less than 100 years you will truly understand." 100 years. Chapter 22:36. Amidst the silence, the Black Hell Emperor said directly, "I think you'll be very interested in working together for the first time. I can see the hatred and anger in your heart. You must really want to kill that Long Chen, right?" City Lord Dijun was shocked. The previous Demon Slaughter Conference was held to kill Long Chen. At that time, Long Chen was not as powerful as he was now, and he dared to attack. After missing that opportunity, Long Chen's rise had skyrocketed, and he had completely severed his chance. Even in this battle, he did not dare to truly kill him. But the moment Diyu was born, he almost thought that the fate of Dijun Divine City would change. The 20 years of Diyu's existence were the most exciting 20 years of his life. For this grandson, he had spent 20 years of effort. But in this battlefield of the gods, a new name appeared and replaced Diyu. This news was a more serious blow to him than anyone could imagine. But Long Chen escaped to the spirit god territory and the demon clan, which were places he could not set foot in. Later, he came to the Chaos Galaxy, and with Yang Yu's protection, he could not do anything. Until now. He had lost all hope and suppressed this hatred in the depths of his heart. You don't have to worry about those 10 dragon emperors. Soon, it will not be their era. I can't tell you the details, but Di Yao, the world will change. I am the darling of fate. Now that I have brought you my luck, you must grasp it. This sentence reminded City Lord Di Jun of the Black Yama Beast in Eternal Dragon City. The Black Yama Beast had defeated 7 dragon emperors single-handedly. It was as easy as blowing off dust. City Lord Di Jun guessed that it must have something to do with Long Qinglan. After all, it was Long Qinglan's body. Long Chen could not do that. He did not have the power to do so. City Lord Di Jun knew that a terrible shadow was eroding this world. For example, there are countless experts of that level in our team, Chen Ting said coldly. Yes. City Lord Di Jun was like a cat, his hair standing on end. He recalled the terror of the Black Yama Beast in Eternal Dragon City. You'll understand. You'll know whether or not I'm lying. Right now, we only need you to do one thing. Don't you hate Long Chen? We have a way to let you enter the battlefield of the gods and kill him. No one will know it was you who did it. Do you dare to do it? Finally, the Black Hell Emperor revealed his true motive. City Lord Di Jun narrowed his eyes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He also hated Long Chen. If you think there's no problem, I can tell you the specific details so that you won't make any mistakes. Of course, we will also give you something that is enough to kill him. After all, he's already very powerful now, isn't he? In another 3 years, he'll be as powerful as 15 Dragon Emperor. So, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There were barren mountains and ferocious beasts everywhere. This was the ancient divine wilderness. The last time they came here, it was Su Xilan who led the team. At that time, the Nian beasts ran amok and disrupted their journey. But this time, as long as the wild beasts had some intelligence, they would escape immediately after meeting Long Chen. Along the way, Long Chen arrived at the Dusk Divine Bay. This was where he met Li Xuanji and Di Yu. No one has changed much. It's just that you're too fast. Li Xuanji squinted her beautiful eyes and looked at the deity ocean in front of her. Is that so? I still think it's too slow. It's not enough for me to do the most important thing. He was referring to entering the battlefield of the gods. Don't worry, you'll succeed. Li Xuanji cheered him on. This matter was too crucial. The deity ocean was right in front of them. It was not the opening day of the battlefield of the gods, so the storm in the deity ocean was terrifying. The entire deity ocean was in the midst of the storm. The storm brought up a large amount of water from the deity ocean. It was rumored that it was the blood of the gods and possessed terrifying power. Even a rebirth realm warrior would probably die on the spot if they came into contact with it, let alone fall into the deity ocean. There used to be such a terrifying expert in this world. In the depths of the deity ocean, there was a blood-colored tornado. If one passed through the tornado, they would reach the battlefield of the gods. Among the 72 divine boats, only the Di Jun divine boat could withstand the storm of the deity ocean. Before the battlefield of the gods opened, it brought Long Chen in. Long Chen flew through the air and arrived at the edge of the divine sense sea in the blink of an eye. There was a line separating the Twilight God Bay and the divine sense sea. Within this line was the Twilight God Bay, which was extremely peaceful, and outside the line was the divine sense sea, which was filled with storms. It was hard to imagine what kind of power this line had to be able to isolate the storms of the divine sense sea. Long Chen stretched out an arm and gently passed through the line, passing into the storm of the divine sense sea. In an instant, the storm rushed over like a hungry wolf, firmly surrounding Long Chen's finger and biting it. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen already felt pain. When he retracted his finger, it was already covered in blood. Looks like even if I fall into this divine sense sea, I will definitely die. Long Chen said in a deep voice. This didn't make sense. Logically speaking, he had already come into contact with the peak of the entire world. Such an expert should not exist in the world today, but whether it was the divine sense sea, the black jade dragon head, or even the ancestral dragon cave, they were all things that could not be understood. Perhaps I will only understand after I become a god spirit, Li Xuanji said. Looking out, the divine sense sea was boundless, and there were countless Sanskrit chants and divine music coming from it. It was as if there were goddesses dancing in the sea, and below the divine scent sea, there seemed to be giants fighting, causing waves to erupt. There was even real blood surging out from the depths. It was a terrifying kind of blood. Although it was separated by the line of Twilight God Bay, there was still a terrifying and shocking power suppressing them. The divine might was vast and mighty. Let's go. Long Chen took out the Jun divine boat. This was an ancient item that came from the inheritance of the gods. It was not an ordinary Dao item, and could only be used as a tool. Long Chen and Li Xuanji entered, and there was only a spacious space inside. The interior of the Jun divine boat was also filled with marks, but this was not what Long Chen was concerned about. He held onto the Jun divine boat, and without saying anything else, he rushed into the divine scent sea. The storm came. As expected, if one came here on a day that was not the opening day, the divine scent sea would not welcome them. In an instant, almost all the pressure of the storm was on Long Chen. His cultivation was just enough to control the Jun divine boat. If it was anyone else who rushed in with the Jun divine boat, they would definitely die. Be careful. Li Xuanji was so scared that her face turned pale, and she could not help but remind him. Don't worry, when have I ever been careless? In the divine scent sea, they fought against the wind and waves, and trembled with the god blood. It was as if countless experts were attacking the Jun divine boat, and Long Chen controlled the powerful divine shield and rushed forward, breaking the divine scent sea. Boom boom boom. They were all monstrous waves that bombarded over, often knocking Long Chen to the point that he was swaying left and right. Occasionally, there seemed to be divine blood sprinkled on the Jun divine boat, emitting sizzling sounds. It felt as if there were countless steel-toothed insects that wanted to tear the Jun divine boat apart and charge in. Encountering such a scene, no matter how bold Li Xuanji was usually, she was so scared that she was trembling. Come here. Long Chen easily embraced her delicate body and flew in the divine scent sea with her in his arms. The warmth in his arms calmed him down and filled him with strength. Little she told me that she might have a child, Long Chen said beside her ear. Li Xuanji's beautiful face slightly tensed up, and said in surprise, Really? That's great. You're going to be a father. She was naturally happy from the bottom of her heart. Aren't you going to be a second mother or something? Long Chen suddenly asked. He looked at her sincerely. They had been companions for many years, and they had gone through life and death together several times. This was an unforgettable fate. Perhaps it was because of the difference in their personalities that caused them to get along a little awkwardly. It even made Long Chen's heart waver, but at this moment in this storm, he could not help but ask. Li Xuanji was stunned. Her delicate face, with a blank expression, was especially charming under the light of the divine scent sea. In fact, the most entangled person was herself. Give me a little more time, okay? Nouch. I'm a little hesitant. I don't know why, but I'm very afraid, she said bitterly. She felt that she should not disturb the world of the two of them. But love could not be restrained. When she heard about Long Chen's difficulties in the Eternal Dragon City, she ran all the way over, her eyes already wet with tears. It was only when she saw that Long Chen was safe and sound that she acted as if nothing had happened. It wasn't because of her. Long Chen and Lingxi's relationship was extremely good. They were a match made in heaven, and Li Xuanji was not used to standing next to them at any time. But the desire in her heart, the long-established love, and also after she became his Yin demon, after becoming a part of him, she would never be able to break away from this man. When facing her, Long Chen was also at a loss. He was unable to give up on this woman, nor could he allow anyone to bully her or hurt her in the slightest. However, he also took care of her emotions. Before she was willing, he still chose to respect her. Then, let's talk about it in the future. Anyways, you won't be able to escape. It had been a long time since he spoke so shamelessly. Li Xuanji was both embarrassed and angry. Just as she was about to speak, a huge impact slammed onto the Supreme Jun Divine Arkansas. The entire Supreme Jun Divine Arc started to shake. Amidst the shaking, the two of them swayed left and right and rolled on the ground. The Supreme Jun Divine Arc was extremely tough, and Long Chen's head was almost bleeding from the impact. What happened? Chapter 22:37. The Divine Arc Jun moved forward in the storm of the Divine Scent Sea. Logically speaking, Long Chen had already controlled the divine arc Di Jun. Although it was extremely difficult to break through the storm, it was generally impossible for such a violent collision to occur. The storm could not cause the divine arc Di Jun to shake so violently. There must be something else. At this time, the divine arc Di Jun should have been thrown out of the divine sense sea. Long Chen hurriedly took control of the divine arc Di Jun. He filled the entire divine arc Di Jun with his samsara power of the four symbols. This was not a simple samsara power of the four symbols. Instead, it was a samsara power that had fused with the power of the earth veins in the surroundings. Under his control, the divine arc Di Jun finally stabilized while it was flying. It continued moving forward under Long Chen's control. What's going on? Li Xuanji tidied up her messy clothes and looked around warily. Perhaps she was too sensitive, but she could already feel a sense of danger. This was the divine sense sea. I don't know yet. The interior of the divine arc Di Jun was sealed. It was actually very difficult to see what was happening. There was only a small window inside that allowed one to see outside. The range of vision was very small, and all that could be seen was the storm and the churning god's blood. If he wanted to see a larger area, he would probably have to open the door of the cabin. Then, the storm and the god's blood outside would probably surge in. I'll stabilize myself first and continue forward. If there is still such a collision, it means that there is something in the divine sense sea. Long Chen said calmly. Logically speaking, this was the battlefield of the gods. With such a terrifying storm in the divine sense sea, there should not be any living things. However, if it was not a living thing, why had the divine arc Di Jun been hit just now? For a short period of time, the divine arc Di Jun was moving steadily. In the next moment, Long Chen saw from the small window that the surrounding waves were even more violent. The god's blood in the sea was also much denser. He spread his power throughout the entire divine arc Di Jun. In the blink of an eye, the divine arc Di Jun let out a heavy dang sound. Then, a tyrannical and destructive power attacked him again. That power was extremely tyrannical, overbearing and barbaric. It was purely a collision of physical strength, causing the entire divine arc Di Jun to shake violently once again. Fortunately, this time around, it was under Long Chen's control. Therefore, the entire divine arc Di Jun was not completely smashed away. Instead, it jolted for a moment before coming to a stop. Long Chen realized that something had descended and was staring at them. Of course, he couldn't fight in the divine sense sea and the Di Jun divine boat, which gave him a headache. However, he wanted to know what this thing that had suddenly appeared was. In this storm, he hurriedly turned the direction of the divine boat Di Jun. The small window in front of him faced the direction of the other party's attack. What is this? Li Xuanji gently covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with shock. It flashed before his eyes. Although it was just a flash, Long Chen still saw that thing. It was actually a person. He was dozens of meters tall and was as big as the divine ship Di Jun. Long Chen could only vaguely see that he was wearing an extremely old and tattered armor. His entire body was shrouded in shadows, and he could not see his appearance clearly. In his hand, he was holding an almost rotten golden halberd. Most importantly, Long Chen actually saw that his body was covered in densely packed wounds, and some parts of his body were even pierced through. His armor was almost torn apart, and it was almost like a tattered cloth hanging on his body. Furthermore, blood was continuously flowing out of the numerous wounds, converging into the divine sense sea, causing his surroundings to be covered in a dark red light. This was also the reason why the surrounding seawater was so dense when it arrived. The blood in the divine sense sea is divine blood, and the blood flowing out of this thing is divine blood. Could it be that he is a god? Long Chen was shocked. Of course he knew that the blood flowing out of his opponent's body was exactly the same as the blood he had seen rolling in the divine sense sea at the beginning. It's coming back again. Li Xuanji cried out in alarm. Long Chen did not have time to be shocked. If this continued, not only would it delay their journey, if the divine boat Di Jun was broken, both he and Li Xuanji would probably die here. This was not a joke, and no one would even be able to save them. Through the window, he saw the god's spirit once again appear in front of the divine boat Di Jun. He raised the rotten golden halberd high up and slashed towards the divine boat Di Jun, splitting the surrounding seawater into two. This time, Long Chen could see it even more clearly, and even his face could be seen clearly. However, there were many wounds on this guy's face, and his body was in a state of decay. Long Chen finally understood that if his guess was not wrong, The thing in front of him was actually a body. Or it could be said that it was a god's corpse. He did not have time to think, and hurriedly controlled the divine boat Dijun to dodge like a fish. This time he was very lucky to dodge the attack, but in the blink of an eye, the god's corpse had already disappeared from his sight, leaving only the divine sense sea storm around him. He shouldn't have left yet, Li Xuanji said. The window was too small, and he could not see or feel the situation outside. The divine boat Dijun was also sealed, and in that instant, the divine boat Dijun suffered another heavy blow. The top part of the divine boat Dijun even caved in, and if the other party continued to hack at it, the divine boat Dijun would probably be broken. As long as it was broken, the two of them would definitely die here. They had to retaliate, or else they would die. They had just arrived at the battlefield of the gods, and they had already encountered such a crisis. It was indeed too terrifying. Furthermore, the opponent's background was unknown. Xuanji, come here, Long Chen said to Li Xuanji as he controlled the divine boat Dijun. Right now, he was only at the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, and without the help of Li Xuanji's demon power, he was not much stronger than City Lord Dijun. Therefore, in this life-and-death situation, he naturally needed Li Xuanji's help. Li Xuanji understood and turned into a demon, fusing into Long Chen's body, causing Long Chen's physical strength to increase dramatically, and his control over the entire divine boat Dijun became stronger. At the same time, his intuition told him that the god's corpse was nearby, and was already preparing for a second attack. I will open the cabin, block the divine sense sea storm, and use the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow to deal with him. Long Chen had no choice but to take this risk. Otherwise, if this continued, he would just be waiting for death. Although this method was very risky, there was no other way. He did what he said he would do. First, he turned the divine boat Dijun, and finally found the location of the god's corpse. As expected, he had already rushed up and was preparing to attack. Long Chen opened the door decisively at this moment. Of course, he did not directly use the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow in the first instant. Instead, he used his strength to punch out, sending the divine sense sea storm that was about to rush in flying, and bought a certain amount of time. Immediately after, Long Chen quickly finished preparing the bow and arrows. At this time, the god's corpse had already slashed the golden halberd towards the divine boat Dijun. The heavy power carried a terrifying destructive force. Without saying a word, Long Chen released the dragon-enslaved arrow in his hand. The dragon-enslaved arrow turned into a golden dragon and instantly pounced on the god's corpse. It exploded like a cannonball, causing the god's corpse's chest to explode into a bloody mist. At the same time, it also resolved the crisis this time and sent the god's corpse flying. However, Long Chen was shocked to discover that the attack that could subdue City Lord Dijun was actually unable to completely shatter the god's corpse into pieces. It was only slightly injured. Sure enough, at this time, the god's corpse let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the entire divine sense sea to tremble. Long Chen had actually blocked the divine sense sea storm, and it was extremely strenuous. He had already readied the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow, and once the other party made a move, he would attack. But at this time, the god's corpse's dim eyes actually looked at Long Chen, and with an extremely gloomy and ancient voice he said, "Destroy the battlefield of the gods, save my people, save my people." After saying that, the god's corpse seemed to have lost its strength and started to sink into the divine sense sea. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Long Chen was almost stunned. Seeing that the storm that carried the god's blood was rushing towards them again, Long Chen hurriedly closed the cabin of the divine ship Dijun, and controlled the divine ship Dijun to advance steadily. After the battle was over and they had miraculously escaped danger, Li Xuanji came out of his body, and the two of them looked at each other. "Destroy the battlefield of the gods. Save my people." Long Chen was confused by this sentence. Why did Long Qinglan want to destroy the battlefield of the gods? Was it because he had seen the god's corpse? In other words, he knew a deeper secret. But why didn't he tell me? In fact, he didn't even tell the Dragon Emperor, and directly took responsibility for everything. What was this secret? What did the god corpse mean when it said those words to him just now? Long Chen was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. This made him feel like he had entered a strange whirlpool. Don't be too anxious. The truth will come to light one day. You are still young. As long as you don't die, you can create endless possibilities. Li Xuanji held his hands and said gently, "It's okay." "Yes." Long Chen nodded. This strange interlude was finally over. From then on, the immortal's corpse did not appear again. However, another problem appeared in front of them. It seemed that they had been here for a much longer time than the last time, but they could not find the blood-red tornado or the battlefield of the gods inside it. Could it be that the gods' corpse's attack was off course? This seemed unlikely. Back then, Long Chen was already able to adjust the direction as much as possible. Moreover, the tornado was so huge. How could he not have found it? Therefore, he began to search for the tornado very seriously. A day passed, but there was still no result. He had also searched the surrounding area. In that case, it should be somewhere even deeper. He continued to move deeper. Chapter 22:38. Just as Long Chen was searching for the location of the battlefield of the deities, City Lord Di Jun was looking at the deity ocean with a deep gaze. "Go, this is your only chance. Make good use of it and join us. Become one of the lucky ones in this era of destruction." The Black Hell Emperor turned into a black cloud behind him and said sinisterly. A storm swept across the deity ocean. Blood rained everywhere, sending chills down one's spine. City Lord Di Jun turned around and looked at the Black Hell Emperor coldly. "You can't go back on your word about what you promised me." With that, he walked towards the deity ocean. Halfway there, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Chen Ting, when did you become like this?" Hearing this, the Black Hell Emperor was startled. He immediately smiled. "That's all in the past. Now, I'm living better than anyone else. That's the key. You just need to tell me that you agree," City Lord Di Jun said. The Black Hell Emperor chuckled and said, "It's not a big deal. Back then, after losing to Long Qinglan several times, I was indignant. Fortunately, fate took care of me. Now, not even Long Qinglan's corpse is left, and I have such capabilities. Therefore, this is all in the past, not worth mentioning." Hearing this, City Lord Di Jun didn't say anything more. He silently entered the deity ocean. With the things provided by the Black Hell Emperor, he didn't need the Di Jun divine boat. Because of this, even if he killed Long Chen in the battlefield of the deities, no one would know. After he succeeded, he just needed to escape. After City Lord Di Jun entered, the Black Hell Emperor laughed sinisterly. What an idiot who was blinded by hatred. I simply made up a few experts to scare him. Because of this, he was very proud. Life, oh life, it's so lonely. Who knew that my fate would change like this? I thought I was the only black Yama beast left in this world, but Long Qinglan wasn't created by me. I'm sure there are others like me, and they'll definitely come looking for me. The so-called countless experts in his team, and that he would definitely attack the dragon sacrificial continent within 100 years were all fabricated by him. However, they were also his conjectures. After all, Long Qinglan had turned into a black Yama beast after his death. There was definitely an even more powerful black Yama beast that had completed this task. The Black Hell Sovereign wanted to find him, or even them, and then become one of them. This is the battlefield of the gods. I've been warned many times not to enter this place. What secrets are hidden here? Although Dragon Emperor Yongye is following him, Di Yao is not easy to deal with. I hope he succeeds." With that, he left quietly. Just as he had expected, Dragon Emperor Yongye had lost track of Long Chen. She moved forward alone in the Divine Sense Sea. Only an expert of her level would be able to withstand such a terrifying divine blood and storm. Her silver robe and long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her delicate figure was like a flower blooming in the sea. However, she was frowning at this moment. Not long ago, she was following the divine boat Emperor Jun suddenly. An immortal's corpse appeared and blasted the divine boat Emperor Jun away, then immediately chased after it. At that moment, a huge storm was triggered, and Dragon Emperor Yongye happened to be blown away by the storm. Because she did not have the protection of the divine boat Emperor Jun, she had to be very careful in moving forward in the Divine Sense Sea. She was not fast, so when she turned around, she lost the divine boat Emperor Jun and the immortal's corpse. However, she would not forget the shock she felt when she saw the immortal's corpse. The battlefield of the gods was the mausoleum of the gods. However, the gods of the ancient times had also disappeared. Until now, no one knew that they would die. The immortal's corpse must be one of the corpses left behind by the gods. Appearing in the divine sense sea, Dragon Emperor Yongya had already felt that there must be a great secret hidden here. A secret that even she did not know. To be honest, the 15 dragon emperors were all dragon warriors, so they rarely paid attention to the matters of the 72 divine cities. Generally speaking, the 72 divine cities would come here on days when the storm subsided. At other times, naturally, no one would dare to disturb the rest of the gods. Although the 15 dragon emperors had the ability to enter alone, first of all, they had no faith in the 72 gods. Secondly, it was not easy to enter once, and they might even be injured. Therefore, since ancient times, it seemed that not many people would come here when it was not the opening day. Even if they entered for half a day, they would basically leave without finding the battlefield of the gods. It seemed that Long Qinglan had been here before, and then he destroyed this place. Fortunately, they were intercepted. Therefore, the appearance of the immortal's corpse this time made her feel that there was a secret in the battlefield of the gods. It was even possible that Long Qinglan's actions were not wrong. Long Chen was firm in his belief. Let's find Long Chen first. She went deep into the deity ocean to find Long Chen's whereabouts. As for diving into the sea, to be honest, even though she was at the peak of the world, there were still many places she could not go. The depths of the deity ocean was one of them. Since ancient times, no matter how strong one was, as long as they dived in, no one could come out alive. Long Chen drove the divine boat Emperor June, and circled in the storm of the deity ocean for a few days. The deity ocean did not look big, but in reality, it was boundless. There was no end to it. Once every 1,000 years, the deity ocean would open, and there would be a calm path that led directly to the battlefield of the gods. However, it was different this time. Long Chen had originally followed that path, but after being blocked by the immortal's corpse, he might have deviated from the path, or perhaps the battlefield of the gods was no longer in its original position. After a few days of research, Long Chen found that it was more likely that the battlefield of the gods was no longer in its original position. This was also a major discovery. However, he did not give up, and continued to go deeper. He had to find enough evidence to let the 15 Dragon Emperor see that they had misunderstood Long Qinglan. Perhaps it was luck, but one day, he finally saw the blood-colored tornado in the divine sense sea. In front of him was a storm that looked like a huge dragon, soaring into the sky, enveloping a large area of the surrounding sea. Rumble, 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 rumble. Long Chen drove the divine boat Emperor June, and approached it excitedly. Back then, Su Xilan could drive the war god's ancient boat into the battlefield of the gods. Of course, he could do it this time. Although the turbulence was a little big, it was obviously not as big as the collision of the immortal's corpse. However, the location of the battlefield of the gods in front of him seemed to be very different from the previous one. However, there would definitely only be one battlefield of the gods in the entire deity ocean. The same blood-colored tornado made Long Chen sure that this was the place. Finally found it. Long Chen was a little excited. He remembered that last time the first place he reached was the Doomsday Gate, and then through the Doomsday Gate was the path to the god's mausoleum. Last time, Long Chen only went to the war god's mausoleum. Obviously, the god's mausoleum was also very big. Long Chen started to charge forward. Amidst the tornadoes, the road was bumpy. In front of him was a blood-red fog. Next, there should be a 9-colored fog. Seeing the 9-colored fog, he was almost certain that he had arrived at the battlefield of the gods. Sure enough, after a period of time, the 9-colored fog finally appeared. Long Chen held his breath, broke through the 9-colored fog, and came to a platform. At this time, the divine boat Emperor June had already reached the shore, and calmed down. Long Chen came down from the divine boat Emperor June with the beauty Li Xuanji in excitement. When he raised his head and looked at the battlefield of the gods in front of him, he saw a scene that stunned him for a full quarter of an hour. All of this was completely different from what he had imagined, or rather, it was not the same as last time. In fact, Long Chen almost thought that this was not the battlefield of the gods at all. In his impression, the battlefield of the gods was covered in 9-colored fog, and countless gods' mausoleums were faintly discernible in the 9-colored fog. It was quiet and profound, sacred and lofty, even like a paradise. But in front of him, the sky was also covered in 9-colored fog, but in front of him was a huge group of palaces. There were countless palaces, and more importantly, these palaces were all grayish-white. The walls, tiles, pillars, etc. were all made of bones. It was hard to imagine that in front of him was a group of palaces made of bones, a world of bones. In front of him was a city gate, also made of white bones. It was mottled with the marks of time, as if no one had stepped in for tens of thousands of years. On the city gate, there was a plaque made of white bones. On it, there were 4 large words, not Battlefield of the Gods, but Divine Palace of White Bones. Looking out, the entire White Bones Divine Palace was shrouded in a deep grayish-white fog, and a thick rotting smell swept out. There were also many other smells, showing that no one had been here for a long time. In front of him, there were no signs of life, and it was more like a dead city. White Bones Divine Palace. Li Xuanji's face was slightly pale, and she read out the 4 twisted words formed by the bones in front of her. Long Chen did not know why there were such changes here. But this verified his guess. There was indeed a problem here, and today, he was here to uncover this secret. In the past, my father entered this place, which was why he wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. Long Chen couldn't help but say eagerly. Li Xuanji saw that he was so emotional and said, "No matter what, this is a mysterious place left by the ancient era, and there are many dangers. You should be careful in case anything happens." "Okay." Long Chen nodded his head. "Let me help you." In this place alone, it was even more dangerous for her. Turning into a Een demon could ensure her safety and also increase Long Chen's strength, so why not? During these few days, it was because of Li Xuanji's help that Long Chen was able to defeat City Lord Di Jun and the God Corpse. The two of them merged. Chapter 2239. After passing through the city gate, what appeared in front of him was a vast group of white bone palaces. A desolate aura assaulted his face, and the ground was actually filled with skulls, tens of millions of them. In any case, he could not see the end of them. Eerie, deathly silent, this was a city of death. The difference between this and the battlefield of the gods was like the difference between heaven and earth. In front of him was a sea of skulls, and then there were countless white bone palaces, some big and some small. Long Chen was currently walking on the widest road, and it was also filled with skulls. These skulls were extremely hard, and Long Chen was not worried about breaking them. But in this strange place, it was better to make as little noise as possible, so he lightened his footsteps and floated forward. He noticed that on both sides of the road, other than the skulls, the most common thing was a type of warrior sculpture. It was extremely neat, and there were at least tens of thousands of such sculptures in his field of vision. They were dressed in battle armor, holding weapons, and their eyes were solemn and respectful as they looked forward. They were the only thing that did not have anything to do with white bones. Although these warrior sculptures were just sculptures, each of them had a tyrannical and ancient aura. They were extremely dignified, and even brought some pressure to Long Chen. From this it could be seen that this place was definitely not simple. Tens of thousands of warriors were stationed on both sides of the road. Long Chen first entered the small palace on both sides of the road. It was empty inside, and it was estimated that no one had come here for a long time. He decided to walk further inside. Among them, he had entered countless palaces, but none of them had any direction. On the other hand, the eerie and deathly silent aura was getting denser and denser. Now that he turned around, he could not even see the city gate. He was deeply immersed in this white bone palace, and when he raised his head, he could see skulls, warrior sculptures, and white bone palace everywhere. After walking for another half a day, a majestic palace appeared in the depths of the white bone palace. It was over 1,000 meters tall, and stood majestically in the middle of the white bone palace. It was surrounded by gray clouds, and above it was a 9-colored mist. The 9-colored mist seemed to be connected to the tall palace, as if the 9-colored mist was coming out from the palace. This must be the key. After walking for such a long time, he finally found a more crucial place. He quickened his pace and walked towards the palace. Of course, he was very careful to stay hidden. Although this place seemed to be deserted, it was not necessarily without danger. Soon, he approached the palace. Standing at its foot, he raised his head and looked up. The white bone palace towered into the clouds like a giant mountain. One of the doors was a full 500 meters tall. It was made of 2 sets of white bones and was extremely huge. The two sets of doors were tightly shut, but the key point was that they were not tightly sealed. There was a gap of 2 meters wide, which was naturally enough for Long Chen to enter. There was a similar plaque on the door, and on it were several dozen skulls that formed 3 words: Rainbow Palace. Rainbow Palace? It was pitch black inside, but there seemed to be living things inside. What will appear in the Rainbow Palace? Long Chen was even more confused, but he didn't want to go in. Otherwise, there would be no point in coming here. After he made up his mind, he walked into the palace through the crack in the door. When he stepped inside, he felt a vast pressure pressing down on him. It was just like the spatial pressure City Lord Di Jun exerted, and it was even more terrifying than his spatial freezing power. It was as if there was a god standing in front of Long Chen, forcing him to lower his head and kneel. Long Chen stabilized his body with great difficulty, but his forehead was already covered in sweat. It seemed that this place was indeed the key. He mobilized his strength to resist this pressure, and raised his head. This huge white bone palace was pitch black, with a total of a few hundred white bone pillars erected in the surroundings, forming a path in the middle. There was a red carpet on it, extending into the depths of the palace. Everything was silent. I feel a sense of danger. Li Xuanji turned into a Yin demon, but he was connected to Long Chen's heart. With just one thought, he could send a message to Long Chen. Let's go in and take a look. Long Chen entered the Time Dragon state. This made him feel slightly better and safer. Now that his Time Dao was improving quickly, it was much easier for him to use the Time Dragon. Every few hundred meters, there would be 2 pillars around. He continued to walk in. After walking a few hundred pillars, he suddenly stopped. He felt like he was being targeted. Under this kind of intense pressure, it was extremely difficult to even fight. Dee-dee-da-da. There was a sound around him. On the ground around him, many thumb-sized beads fell to the ground. They bounced around and gave out a ticking sound. All of a sudden, Long Chen's hair stood on end. Just beads? These beads seemed to have fallen from the sky. They bounced around and surrounded Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was prepared to fight. As expected, in the next moment, the beads that fell to the ground started to smoke. They turned into many warriors in silver robes and golden armor. Dozens of warriors in silver robes and golden armor surrounded Long Chen in the blink of an eye. Long Chen wasn't anxious. First of all, he couldn't sense any life aura from these warriors. Clearly, they were puppets and not living people. He carefully observed these warriors and found that they were very similar to humans in every aspect. There was almost no difference in their appearance. However, they had no emotions, no eyes, and their expressions were stiff. Although they weren't alive, they had a vast power. Each of them was like a warrior at least at the 7-star reincarnation realm. The Dao artifacts in their hands basically had more than 500 Dao patterns. More importantly, Long Chen found a very special power in them. This power was similar to the divine power of all beings. In fact, it was even more mysterious and domineering. It gave off an indescribable feeling of terror. It was precisely because these silver-robed and golden-armored warriors had no emotions. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they brandished the Dao weapons in their hands and charged towards Long Chen with expressionless faces. Dozens of warriors of this level attacking together brought a certain amount of pressure to Long Chen. Time Storm. Long Chen first used the power of time to attack them. This was the most effective, fastest, and most unavoidable method. Amidst the chaos of time, there seemed to be a series of explosions in the surroundings. Blood splattered from the warriors' bodies. The blood wasn't red. Some were gold, some were silver. With Long Chen's current strength, it wasn't difficult to subdue them. Under the time storm, he wielded the god-slaying sword and killed them. Currently, the god-slaying sword had more than 400 Dao patterns. Because he had the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow, Long Chen wouldn't use it for the time being. However, the god-slaying sword was extremely valuable. Seeing so many Dao artifacts, Long Chen naturally wouldn't waste them. Ah! There's so much to eat. I'm starving. Little Skeleton was extremely excited. Under Long Chen's command, the god-slaying sword swept past those Dao artifacts and tore off pieces of flesh. Long Chen's speed was extraordinarily fast. With the eternal instant of the Void Dragon, with the combination of the 3 powers, the warriors in silver robes and golden armor fell in front of them one after another. They turned back into their original pearls, but they were already broken. The little skeleton had been laughing happily the whole time. On the god-slaying sword, more and more Dao patterns appeared. After Long Chen killed more than 10 Dao artifacts with around 500 Dao patterns, the god-slaying sword also advanced to a Dao artifact with 500 Dao patterns. However, at this point, Dao artifacts of the same level were useless to him. Therefore, Long Chen kept all the remaining precious Dao artifacts so that others could use them in the future. In the end, only a few warriors were left in front of Long Chen. Those warriors weren't afraid of death at all. They continued to attack with all their might. At this moment, that warrior stopped and said, "Those who aren't of our race will definitely die. Human, there's no need for you to struggle." In reality, they looked no different from humans. Long Chen had always thought that they were created by the human race or that they were gods of the human race. However, they were still humans. Why did this one suddenly say such a thing? At this moment, the guy in front of him exploded and turned back into a pearl in front of Long Chen. However, it was already broken. He placed all the broken pearls into the new world of the God Kingdom. Once again, the surroundings became deathly silent. Long Chen kept the god-slaying sword and continued walking inside. At this point, he could already see light shining in from the depths of his field of vision. It was actually a door gap. It was a 500-meter tall door. There was a gap in the middle that was enough for him to pass through. There seemed to be 9 colored light inside. It was gentle and beautiful. It made Long Chen think that it was a fairyland inside. Most importantly, this huge palace was called the 9-colored palace. It must have something to do with this. Finally, he had reached the crucial point. He slowed down and walked over step by step. When he neared the door, he could already hear rustling sounds and the sound of wind. The 9-colored light was getting stronger and stronger. When Long Chen stood in the gap of the door, he saw that behind the door was actually an abyss. It was endless and the area was very wide. He could not see the end. In this abyss, there were countless 9-colored fog rushing towards the sky from the bottom. Looking up, the palace did not have a peak. The 9-colored fog was indeed connected to the 9-colored fog above the White Bones Divine Palace. In other words, the 9-colored fog in the entire White Bones Divine Palace was surging up from this abyss. Long Chen suddenly remembered that the 9-colored fog was a very scary thing. It was like a tiny worm that could swallow a person clean in a short period of time. It was very scary. So what was the 9-colored fog formed from? He could not help but step through the door and look into the depths. This was a 9-colored abyss. All kinds of colors shone. For a moment, Long Chen could not see clearly what was below. However, he felt danger. Today was mainly because of an exam that delayed him. He was also a little tired. Tomorrow afternoon, he needed to go to a place to give a lecture about writing. He wanted to share his experience with a newbie writer. Tomorrow night, the phone network will invite Madman to participate in an interview. It will be the interview of the 10 Days God. I hope that everyone will support me. After doing these 2 things tomorrow, he would be tired. When the time came, Madman would quickly update the remaining 5 chapters. From the internship until I came back, I had to deal with many things. You might not know how busy I have been these few days. There were dozens of people on QQ who talked to me, but none of them replied. My body is getting weaker and weaker day by day, and my head is spinning. I need to adjust. Writing a book is against my health. The more I work, the more I die. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 2240. This crisis came very quickly. Although he had already been aware of this since he came here, he was willing to take the risk for his father. This was his responsibility as a son and also his desire. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored mist in front of him fluctuated rapidly as if it had sensed Long Chen's living aura. In an instant, it rushed towards Long Chen. It was endless 9-colored mist. If he encountered this 9-colored mist again, Long Chen estimated that he wouldn't be able to stop it. In that instant, the 9-colored mist bombarded the gate, causing the whole gate to tremble violently. The 500-meter-tall gate was blasted open in an instant, and then endless 9-colored mist surged in. They didn't directly attack Long Chen, but circled behind Long Chen and instantly blocked Long Chen's path of retreat. It could be seen that the nine-colored mist also had a certain degree of intelligence. Be careful. Just as the nine-colored mist surrounded Long Chen, leaving Long Chen with no way of retreat, the nine-colored mist behind him suddenly rushed towards Long Chen. From the looks of it, it seemed that Long Chen wanted to have a life-and-death struggle with it. This sudden change was beyond Long Chen's expectations. When the nine-colored mist descended, Long Chen used Time Storm to block it. He treated the nine-colored mist as insects, as living creatures. Sure enough, under his Time Storm, a large amount of nine-colored mist disappeared into thin air and turned into powder. However, there were too many of them. After destroying a batch, endless nine-colored mist surged up, forcing Long Chen into the abyss that he had been close to and blocking his path of retreat. In that instant, the gate was sealed by the endless nine-colored mist. Even the entire palace was filled with the nine-colored mist. Long Chen couldn't get out of this abyss at all. He could escape from the gap in the sky, which was the place where the nine-colored mist in the abyss connected with the sky, but there was more nine-colored mist there. For a moment, Long Chen was trapped here. Endless nine-colored mist surrounded him. Although it didn't attack immediately, it was almost there. Endless nine-colored mist danced around him and even made a terrible zzz sound, like the chirping of insects. I can't get out. Long Chen couldn't help but frown. If he rushed out now, it was likely that he would be eaten up before he could get out. Currently, few people in the world were his opponents, but in this battlefield of the gods, there were still strange things that he couldn't resist. Under the suppression of the nine-colored mist, Long Chen even sank into the abyss. At this moment, the scene could only be described as soul-stirring. It was much more dangerous than when he fought City Lord Di Jun. Long Chen felt that there were living things wriggling below. He couldn't help but look down, and found a scene that he couldn't imagine at first. This seemingly bottomless abyss, the surrounding mountain walls were actually covered with a kind of insect. The small ones were more than 10 meters long. The long ones were more than 100 meters long, and even several hundred meters long. They were like sticks that stuck to the mountain wall. This was a type of pure flesh worm, but its entire body was sparkling and translucent. It had a nine-colored radiance, just like a gem. It gave off a very beautiful radiance in this abyss. If it was somewhere else, it would have been decorated into a fairyland. However, such a beautiful meatworm was a terrifying monster to Long Chen. This was because he could see that the nine-colored mist that surrounded the entire Divine Bone Palace, or rather the battlefield of the gods, and the nine-colored mist that surrounded him, were actually the smoke released by the nine-colored bug, or rather, the larvae. No matter what, all the nine-colored mist was created by the nine-colored insects. This place was called the Nine-Colored Palace, so that was what it meant. The battlefield of the gods, the Bone Palace, and the nine-colored insects, what kind of secrets were there? Before Long Chen could think, just as he entered the abyss and saw the nine-colored insects, the endless nine-colored mist that had accumulated over the years swarmed over once more. In just an instant, it almost drowned Long Chen. Long Chen was also thinking about how to deal with these terrifying things. First, he used the Weeping Blood Dragon Souls. He summoned the million Weeping Blood Dragon Souls and wanted to rely on them to charge out. However, when the million Weeping Blood Dragon Souls appeared and surrounded Long Chen, and just as they were about to charge into the sky, the endless nine-colored mist instantly drowned the Weeping Blood Dragon Souls and devoured them. It had always been the slaughter dragons that killed others, but today, the other party had more people than them, and they were the ones being killed and devoured. Under the terrifying swarm of nine-colored mist, Long Chen's Weeping Blood Dragon Souls couldn't support him to charge into the sky. After all, the nine-colored mist was endless. He quickly put away the Weeping Blood Dragon Souls to prevent himself from suffering too much damage. If this continued, he would die here. He used Time Storm again. This was the most effective method, and it could turn a large area of the nine-colored mist into powder. However, the nine-colored mist was endless, and who knew how many nine-colored insects were still producing them? When he used up all his energy, wouldn't he die here? The situation seemed to be a bit urgent. After dealing with 3 or 4 attacks, the other party still attacked, leaving almost no room for Long Chen to breathe. Long Chen could already smell danger and death. At this critical moment, he had an idea and set his sights on the nine-colored bugs. Without a word, he formed the dragon-enslaved bow and the dragon-enslaved arrow with 700 Dao patterns and aimed at the fattest nine-colored bug in his field of vision. It was a full 100 meters long, and its tail was spewing a large amount of nine-colored mist. "You're the one who's controlling the nine-colored mist," Long Chen sneered. Release the arrow. The dragon imprisonment arrow turned into a dragon, and Long Chen used the explosive rule. With his current strength and the dragon imprisonment bow, the powerful destructive power was released. The 9 colored insects couldn't block it. It was obvious that they weren't good at defense, so Long Chen's dragon imprisonment arrow directly pierced through the 9 colored insect. Then it exploded. The entire 9 colored insect exploded, turning into endless 9 colored mist that joined the group attacking Long Chen. Then, some of its organs exploded and turned to dust. Before dying, the eyeless 9 colored insect let out an earth-shattering scream. The surrounding 9 colored insects squirmed downwards in fear. Even the 9 colored mist surrounding Long Chen slowed down, but it still stared at Long Chen. It didn't give Long Chen any chance of escaping. It was even preparing for the next attack. This is still difficult. Long Chen was still trapped here, and he only had a dozen meters of space to move around. He couldn't even tell which side was up and which side was down. Let's kill a few more first. He started to descend, and the dragon imprisonment arrow returned to his hand. Using the dragon imprisonment arrow, Long Chen aimed at a 9 colored insect. The 9 colored insect seemed to feel it, and it went down again, quickly disappearing into the darkness. The 9 colored mist went berserk once again, not giving Long Chen a chance. Long Chen unleashed the time storm again and again. Very quickly, he was exhausted, but the 9 colored mist was still endless. He could already sense a terrifying crisis. If he continued to be trapped like this, he would really lose his life. How can I get out? This was the question he and Li Xuanji were thinking about all the time. They were racking their brains for a solution. The 9 colored insects were afraid that Long Chen would kill them, so they were basically going down. Long Chen could only go down and threaten them at any time. Otherwise, the 9 colored mist would quickly swallow Long Chen. Because of this, the deeper Long Chen went, the farther he was from the exit. But he had no choice. If he didn't go down, the 9 colored mist would have nothing to worry about. During this process, if the 9 colored mist attacked, Long Chen would shoot a 9 colored insect to warn them. This was the only way. Now, this endless loop continued. Long Chen tragically found that he didn't know how far he had fallen, and it was even harder to get out. Are you afraid? He gripped the dragon imprisonment bow and looked at his opponent seriously. Then he used his mind to communicate with Li Xuanji. No. Why? Facing this kind of death, in truth, even Long Chen felt disgusted. Who would want to be swallowed by something like this? How painful would that be? Because I don't think you will die. You won't die, and I won't die. Li Xuanji's voice was filled with gentleness and certainty. She trusted him so much and gave him endless power. As the saying went, the boat would cross the bridge when it came to the end. Before he died, he shouldn't give up or be afraid. Otherwise, how could he live up to her trust in him? He continued to go down and kill the 9 colored insects. The 9 colored insects basically didn't have much attack power and were easily killed. However, Long Chen didn't dare to be too cruel. If he killed all the 9 colored insects, it would be the real apocalypse. Right now, he could still threaten them. In a daze, Long Chen saw something special on the mountain wall below. It was a small blade of grass. In this barren land, there was such a green blade of grass. It was truly a bit inconceivable. It was even emitting an enchanting radiance, bringing with it a rich green color. It was incomparably powerful, and filled with a terrifying vitality. More importantly, there was no 9 colored mist within 10 meters of this blade of grass. The 9 colored mist seemed to be afraid of this blade of grass. Chapter 22:41. When Long Chen stood next to the grass, as expected, the 9 colored mist stopped 10 meters away from the grass, not daring to approach. Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed he had reached a safe place. His life was temporarily out of danger. This could be counted as the heavens helping him. He was sure that the 9 colored mist only dared to clamber outside, not daring to approach. He couldn't help but start to study the grass growing out of the cliff. It wasn't an immortal essence, it didn't even have a single immortal mark. It looked very ordinary, but it had a terrifying life force. With this life force, it could grow to 1,000 meters tall, or even as tall as the progenitor tree of planet Luan Xuxing. But it was just a blade of grass. How could a blade of grass have such a huge life force? The so-called life force was the power of all living things in the world, the power of the birth and growth of all living things. All living things possessed it, and the stronger the life force, the more terrifying it would be. For example, Long Chen's current life force had already reached an unprecedented level. This was also a part of his cultivation and potential. More importantly, the Tai Chi dragon was a dragon of life and creation. Although Long Chen's comprehension of the Tao of life was very little, he had a tyrannical and terrifying innate advantage. In terms of control over life force, he could be considered an ancestor. At least, his bloodline was the ancestor. Life is truly a mysterious existence. This 9-colored mist looks beautiful, but it's actually composed of death energy. That's why it's so afraid of this incomparably vigorous life force. It's precisely in this divine palace of white bones that this blade of grass has gathered the last of the life force of the entire divine palace of white bones. That's why it has such a boundless life force. In a trance, Long Chen had almost found a way to escape. His body was like a massive treasure trove. It was just that he didn't have the time to excavate it. He spent most of his time focusing on the Tao of slaughter and the Tao of time, neglecting the cultivation of the Tao of life. At most, he was able to control the strength of the 14th temper. If he could fully utilize the power of the 14th temper, the destructive power of the time storm could almost match up to the destructive power of the time storm. But with the Tao of life controlling his divine kingdom, that vast and boundless world of life within his body should be able to develop even further. Now that I'm trapped here, it might even be a form of cultivation for me. This is a rare opportunity bestowed to me by the heavens. Right now, I seem to be a fish that has fallen into a fishing net. Looks like I can only fight to the death in order to have a chance to break out of this place. To me, this is a form of encouragement. When he understood everything, his previously nervous heart completely calmed down. Just as Li Xuanji said, he would not die. He forgot about life and death. He forgot about the boundless 9-colored mist that was still fluttering about outside. He entered a mysterious world of life. He stretched out his hand and gently grasped the stalk of grass that had such boundless vitality. Of course, he wouldn't break it. If he did, it would lose all its vitality. That would be a great pity. Perhaps this was the only remaining vitality in this divine palace of bones. When he grasped the stalk of grass, Long Chen seemed to have arrived in another world. He saw himself leaning against a towering tree that was 10,000 meters tall. That towering tree had a huge canopy, and a single tree could form a lush forest. Surging vitality flowed around this towering tree, urging it to continue growing. It even had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. This was life. In the new world within Long Chen's body, the perfect dragon-shaped continent continued to grow. As it grew, the 14 peaks represented the 14 elements. Everything was forming, and it was full of vitality. There were even new lives being born. They were extremely weak lives that were filled with a primitive aura. They were simple and fragile, but even so, the greatest power in this world was not any of the 14 peaks. Instead, it was the power of life. Among the 15 heads of the Tai Chi dragon, the head of life was the most important. If the primordial blood spirit dragon was the divine dragon that brought death, then the Tai Chi dragon was the ancestral dragon that brought life. Long Chen immersed himself in his own world from the stalk of grass in his hand. Time passed quietly, and everything was born. In the new world, Long Chen, in his own Tao of life, found the first flame. It was a green flame that was born in the center of the new world. There was only a tiny bit, but it was the birth of this flame that seemed to give this new world a core, a life and a soul. Long Chen called this green flame the flame of life. The flame itself had to be that name. Although the flame of life was small, it spread through the entire new world, encompassing everything. Even the tiny life that had just been born, and even the flowers and trees. Although the flame wasn't large, it was beautiful, and it wouldn't be extinguished. Long Chen could manifest this flame of life on his palm and on his body. This was the true beginning of his path on the Tao of life. At the same time, this flame of life was also his greatest reliance. Long Chen placed the flame of life on his palm. Under the illumination of this flame, not only did Long Chen, but the stalk of grass also seemed to be filled with vitality. How comfortable! Li Xuanji couldn't help but moan. Her body was currently connected to Long Chen's, so everything she sensed was the same as Long Chen's. Under the illumination of the flame of life, as long as Long Chen had a final wish, everything could be reborn and revitalized. This flame of life's healing was different from the dream of time reversal. The dream of time reversal consumed a lot of energy, but the flame of life bestowed life, recovery, and growth. It also had endless uses that Long Chen hadn't fully unearthed yet. For example, his flame of life was even more frightening to the nine-colored mist than the stalk of grass. In an instant, the nine-colored mist retreated several hundred meters away, trembling under the power of the flame of life. When this flame of life was born, it meant that Long Chen could leave this place without a problem. Below was still the abyss with countless nine-colored insects. This time, it had been very dangerous, and he had almost lost his life. He couldn't be bothered to stay in this damned place. This divine bone palace was so huge. The answer Long Chen wanted shouldn't be in this place. Perhaps after the nine-colored palace, there would be many more palaces like this, hiding true secrets. This was just the beginning. Thank you. Long Chen gently touched the green grass with his flame of life. The grass continued to grow, growing from less than half a meter to close to 10 meters in a short time. It also had a stronger life force. Today, it was Long Chen's savior. Long Chen held the flame of life and flew into the sky. Now, all the nine-colored mist was retreating in panic. As Long Chen flew up, he saw the place where he had entered. He passed through the door that had been blasted open and came to the hall. The nine-colored mist behind him had long retreated into the abyss, not daring to look up at him. Nine-color palace, he. The battlefield of the gods should be this divine bone palace. He believed in his father even more. If this divine bone palace was the battlefield of the gods, then this place had to be destroyed. But before it was destroyed, Long Chen still wanted to know its secrets. He left the Nine Colors Palace, went around the Nine Colors Palace, and headed deeper into the White Bone Divine Palace. In front of him were endless skulls and warriors guarding on both sides of the road. In front of him was still a vast gray cloud, and the surroundings were still empty palaces. This time, Long Chen quickened his pace and continued forward. After about an hour, he saw the second tall palace in front of him. It was even taller than the nine-colored palace. On it, skulls were arranged into 3 words: God Statue Palace. God Statue Palace. From these 3 words, Long Chen could sense that it had something to do with the ancient legion of gods. The statues of the gods. Because of what happened in the nine-colored palace, Long Chen was still afraid of this place. So this time, he didn't dare to act rashly. The God Statue Palace was also a palace made of white bones. Among them, the 500-meter-tall gate was also half-closed. One could easily enter through the gap. Standing outside the gate, Long Chen saw that it was pitch black inside, as if there was nothing inside. However, this time, the pressure that the statue palace gave him was even greater, as if there was a real god inside. To tell the truth, he did hesitate for a moment. But for the truth, for the desire in his heart, he couldn't help but act. He stepped forward and walked into the God Statue Palace. It was different from the last time. The moment he stepped into the statue palace, the inside suddenly became golden and dazzling. Thousands of rays of light burst out. Everything in front of him instantly turned into mist. It was as if he was floating in the sky above the 9 heavens. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, numerous drum sounds spread out and caused a huge explosion. There were also many chanting like they were singing about something. Long Chen stood on the spot and looked at the rumbling white mist. At that moment, dozens of people appeared from the mist and floated above it. They looked down at Long Chen. Long Chen took a close look and noticed that there were 72 of them. 72. This was the number of the 72 ancient cities of gods. The 72 people in front of him obviously corresponded to the 72 ancient gods. They wore ancient clothing and their eyes were filled with disdain. It was as if they stood above the 9 heavens and looked down on the world. They made people worship them. Even when Long Chen faced them, he felt an urge to bow down. That was the strong pressure they gave off from their bones. Hung hung. It was as if there were countless boulders pressing down on Long Chen's body, making it hard for him to breathe. All 72 people seemed to have their eyes on him. This is you're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.